I want to know if I can play. You know what I'm saying? How hard is it? How,
You got some rest?
No, work, you know.
So I did last week. It changed to the car goes through last meeting. I guess so. Or whenever the next meeting is, even if we have a special call.
Oh,
Yeah, I did last week. I know it went fairly. Did you?
good evening. Welcome to the public hearing for the City of Hampton Mayor and City Council, February the 10th, 2026 at 6 p.m. A notice is hereby given that the City of Hampton Mayor and Council will hold a public hearing on February the 10th, 2026 at 6 p.m. at the Hampton City Hall Council Chamber located at 17 East Main Street, Hampton, Georgia, for the purpose of, we have 3 items on the agenda for the public hearing. We're going to move right into item A. To hear from the public in accordance to OCGA 36664A and the Hampton Code of Ordinance, Appendix A, Article 2, Article 3, Article 6, and Article 7 to amend Appendix A, zoning of the Code of Ordinance in the following section and consider the items listed specifically to address data centers as required in respective zoning districts. We have Article 2, 3, 6, and 7. Ms. Wanda?
Good evening, Mayor and Council and public. Staff was directed by Mayor and Council at recent meetings to go ahead and move forward and bring an ordinance to address data centers. And that's what we're doing today as a first read, the first engagement with the public, just to start the conversations regarding data centers. So just to update everyone as far as what staff did in the research and review of documents. We looked at the City of Atlanta zoning codes, DeKalb County, Fairfax, Virginia, Henry County, and Atlanta Regional Commission on their DRI thresholds and their data center growth in Metro Atlanta information, the Urban Land Institute local guidelines for data center development, and then also lead building design and construction data center information. What this ordinance currently does not address is in our code of ordinances, Article 3, provisions related to design standards, non-residential design standards, landscape requirements, tree protection, and parking requirements. The city currently has a pretty robust standards on building materials for these large buildings, landscape requirements. However, we're not addressing these specific ordinances, but they can be added as needed. What is addressed is Article 2, pertaining to the addition of applicable words and terms specific to data centers. Article 3, general provisions, we're adding a new section which currently does not exist, and that's section 3-27, what we call data center requirements. And then we want to address the Articles 6 and 7, which is pertaining to business and mixed-use districts, to define where data centers should be permitted and or allowed by conditional use. So I'm not going to get in every single bit of the ordinance because we're interested in listening to what the public has to general share about what they understand data centers are and concerns they may have to share with us. What's before you now is basically to amend Article 2 of definitions. Firstly, we want to identify what a closed loop system is, and it defines it there as it's being closed, as it reads, and it's constantly reusing, recycling initial load of water. And then a data center, just in general, the data center is defined as a physical room, building, or facility that houses infrastructure for building, running, delivering, or transmitting technological applications and services, or for storing and managing the data associated with technological equipment, application systems, or services. And then we go in to define different types of data centers. The first one is a data center accessory use, which could be inside a hospital, like us, the FAA, some other type of entity where they may have a room within a facility. This particular use has to be within a building and cannot have a substation, and currently it's limited to no more than 2,000 square feet. Data center campus would be a geographic contiguous development with one or multiple buildings with a total square footage of at least 500,000. That property would be zoned light industrial or mixed use with an approved conditional use. Data center major is for buildings that are greater than 10,000 square feet, but not more than 275,000, which is under the threshold for the DRI. However, it was only designated currently for light industrial with an approved conditional use. Data center minor could be located in heavy commercial, and this could support airport facilities, needs where you might have a smaller building to house data centers. It would not have a substation, and it would have to be less than that 9,999 square feet. And then there's more definitions that we don't currently have related to data centers: load, megawatt, substation, square footage defined by the data center. If we can jump to Article 3, in section, as we continue, just more definitions in defining the purpose and intent of the section is to ensure that development is conducted in a manner that protects the environment, public health, and safety. That's item A. Locations, again, as reiterated, as far as where these zoning districts would allow these particular typologies of the data centers. And then in D, you'll see application required for all data centers. All data center applications, building or trade permits for any data centers shall adhere to these code requirements. A, it addresses those applications that require conditional use. That before the application is received or prior to land disturbance, the applicant shall provide written confirmation that the applicable utility service for power has agreed to provide service. Typically, this happens way ahead of time, but this needs to be some type of provision in chronological order that the city has a guarantee from the applicant that they actually have some type of agreement, instead of having speculative data center buildings built in our city, which does happen. Well, not here, but it does happen for folks speculating on that particular use. B, a noise impactment assessment. These are being done concurrently with things that we have going on in the city, but it's important for these studies to have parameters, and also for the study to be prepared by a consultant that is an accredited expert or a qualified professional engineer. And then C addresses the buffer. If a data center is adjacent to a residential use, from their boundary, they can locate no closer than 500 linear feet, as it's outlined right here. They might be able to reduce that buffer to 200 linear feet if there's noise canceling measures that are added to that data center. I'm just highlighting the things that we've talked about in public hearings and special call meetings that seem to pop up repeatedly. Substations, electrical yards, mechanical yards, and any other exposed equipment shall not be located between the primary data center and the public road or right-of-way. So that addresses some of the visual nuisance that can come from these data centers' electrical connections. All cooling and ventilation equipment shall operate on a closed loop system. And then a water consumption and sustainability plan would have to be provided, and those are the criteria that would be in that plan. energy consumption and sustainability plan to address some of the environmental, concerns for energy use, as CO2 emissions and different things that we talk about that are not necessarily, that can be addressed at site-specific, with site-specific equipment. One of the things that we're learning, as I'm sure the public is aware, that it would be beneficial, I think, for Georgia Power, Central Georgia EMC to come and do a presentation to us and talk about the plant in Juliet that has some significant concerns as far as their carbon emissions and what they're currently doing with that ash pond and things like that. And that would be a concern, because it's a use that we might allow and feel good about, but how does that affect down the road, down in other jurisdictions? Which is another reason why it's great that ARC has added this to their thresholds, because it is a regional planning consideration. And then lighting plan, we want to make sure that we maintain our dark sky. We currently have ordinances that we have either conditioned as part of zoning or a part of just development, where you have to have a full cutoff light fixtures in all of our residential, new developments, as well as commercial development. Transmission line impact assessment. That's a huge one when we're talking about what I just shared. We want to understand how the transmission lines, once they get to us at our data centers, where they go, where they come from, what kind of impact they're having to our citizens and our surrounding neighbors. Cooling and ventilation and other external equipment shall not be located between the primary data center and a public road or right of way. Again, this is about screening and about having quality development in the city. Substations are only permissible in M1 and MU zoning districts. The substation shall be at least 100 feet away from any public right-of-way, have an 8-foot tall decorative block fence. Vehicle storage and service equipment may not be co-located within the substation. I don't want to point out an eyesore that we have at McDonough Street, but you can see when you drive by that utility, they have different equipment stored in that yard, and this would prevent that. Vehicle access to the substation, instead of being accessed from a main drive, it would have to be accessed from an interior drive and screened from the public right-of-way, and also that drive shouldn't be open so that when you drive by it, you have a direct sight line into that utility substation. And then a sewer infrastructure plan. These plans will help address some of the things that we talked about. What's the plan, what's the contract, when did we agree to this, what's the, where's the water coming from? To have these established prior to, so everybody knows going forward in a very clear and transparent way. And then lastly, to amend Article 6 and 7 to talk about where these data centers should be located. The first one, data center accessory, is designated right now in this particular example is permitted in office, O&I, and commercial C2. And remember at the bottom, that accessory is only able to locate in a building without a substation. And it might be something like this in a hospital, where hospitals are migrating their data from paper to a center that can be shared at all medical facilities, as well as these type of centers. The equipment that hospitals have now is pretty intensive as far as the need for data and support. So that would be an example of a accessory, and currently as it's shown, it still has to abide by the regulations, but it's permitted per these regulations outright. The second is data center campus. This would require a conditional use districts are designated M1 and MU. And this is, you know, what we have going on with Equinix. Data center minor would require conditional use, and that is a single building that is greater than 10,000, but less than that 2,700,000. It would have a substation and only be permissible in light industrial with a approved conditional use. And you might have something like this, or it might be in a situation where you have multiple buildings, like in a downtown or a center where you might not know it's a data center. It looks like a parking lot like downtown, but it has a certain size limit, at least for in this ordinance. And then data center minor is permitted in heavy commercial, like I shared before. It would be under that 10,000, and it might be something that they would have at the airport, support their facilities there, the FAA, some of those uses where it's specific to an area, but it's a single building, and there is no substation associated with it. But this right now, how it's written, is permitted by right in C2. And that's all I have, but we can open it now if you'd like to.
At this time, we're gonna hear from the public in regards to agenda item A, OCGA 3666 4, Appendix A, Article 2, Article 3, Article 6, and Article 7. Anyone that would like to speak in favor in regards to this text amendment or have anything that they would like to say about it, you can come to the podium at this time. Please state your name, your address.
Thank you, Don Greer, 20 McDonough Street. I just want to thank the council for getting some more details on this. This more, I read through a good bit of this. It's way over my head on parts of it, but it looks very thorough. But I do ask the council to just please continue to do a deep dive on it and make sure it's as comprehensive as we can get, so that the next ones, if we do have any more, that they're highly regulated. And I want to thank y'all again for that.
Thank you, Mr. Anyone else would like to speak at this time? And
Hello, my name's Bill Dodge, 15 Shelby Street. I would fully support a temporary moratorium on data centers, and I base that on the fact that they're a big concern on the whole East Coast. The state of Georgia, according to data, leads the nation in moratoriums on data centers. So what does that tell you? There's some issues such as power and water, and there needs to be more research on it, and I just don't think you ought to keep going forward and until you feel confident with everything. So talking about growth in data centers, if you ever wonder why the north side's bigger than the south side, because they have twice as much water as we do. The Lake Lanier and Altoona alone is 50,000 acres of water. And here in Henry County, we became a metro area, and it didn't do that until the Tushahaw Reservoir opened in the late 90s. And when that happened, we become a metro Atlanta. Ain't I correct there, Marty? And it's because we had the water, and that's when ARC come involved. But there's not much water in this area to support. I'm not saying ban them or nothing, but somebody better do some checking before you keep moving forward. And thank you for your time. Okay.
thank you, Mr. Bill. Anyone else? Mr. Hendry, come forward.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, sir.
council members, it sounds to me like the cow's already out of the room or out of the building. The horse is out of the barn. Now, I think we got a couple of data centers already being built, aren't we? And those are gonna be regulated. You're gonna come in here and tell somebody else, oh no, we're gonna put all these regulations on y'all. We didn't do it on them. And you're gonna end up in court being sued, and they're gonna tell you, no, since you didn't do your homework the first time, you're probably gonna end up doing it again. You're gonna allow them to be out here. Y'all didn't let that. And by the way, they're talking about talking to Atlanta and DeKalb County. They got the same problem we got. They don't know nothing about data centers. You gotta go to where data centers were at. It's been there for 5 years or so, and find out what kind of problems they had with them. and what they should have done with them, so we'll know what to do with them. But we can't sit up here. These people, I've been right there, and the same thing happens out here. They'll promise you the world, everything's gonna be great. Just get it approved. And when it gets approved, you left with a manure bag. They long gone. They got their money and they're gone. And you talking about data centers, we don't know the half of it. I have made the statement, I'd rather have a data center than 900 apartments. But it's like the lady said at the last meeting, I know what I'm gonna get when I get 900 apartments. I don't know what I'm gonna get when I get a data center. So therefore, I don't really know if I really want a data center over 900 apartments. I don't really want them either. But I want what's best for my community. And if it ain't best for the community, y'all are sitting there y'all should be demanding that you're gonna stop it for the citizens in your community. Every one of you's got roots and connections in this community, whether you've been here a long time or not. But I tell you, data centers are something you better look at. And I think we've already set our precedent because we're allowing 2 to be built out yonder right now. And can't even find out really who authorized them. Did we ever find out who signed the paper and notarized it? It says, hey, y'all can build it. They just sat there illegally building, I guess, because they didn't come to the government. And I've been here for 31 months, I've been here 31 months continuously, trying to get something straightened out that you screwed up a year and a half, almost 2 years ago.
Thank you, Mr. Hendry.
Good evening. My name's Ann Fields, 329 Chase Marion Way, McDonough. We didn't mention the Bitcoin mining. Within the scope of a data center, they use a lot more power. They run 24/7. There's just constantly mining for Bitcoins. They require more power than a standard data center. So that's a consideration that I'm not seeing in your work here, the ARC, DeKalb's, other stuff I've read for other communities. And then another concern really would be to make sure that the water's ready to go as they start the construction, not like an afterthought or something that's going to start co-constructing with the data center construction. Same for power. And we all saw what's going on in Fayetteville with power poles that are bigger than trunks of trees going into people's front yards and devaluing their property. So what consideration is Hampton making for power infrastructure upgrades that would be required by the power company that could extremely devalue your residential and possibly commercial properties to accommodate power needs for these centers? So I didn't hear any of that within the scope of this. I just wanted to mention that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak? Seeing no one coming forward? Oh, she's coming.
Good evening, Jean Kessinger, Rocky Creek Road, Hampton. You're in the process of trying to fix something that got broke accidentally, and I get that. We were here a year ago trying to tell you about the barge report and how it said there isn't enough water in this area, that we're using everything that the Henry County Water Authority makes every day, and that infrastructure is necessary to do any big building like the Grove. Well, you approved it. It's happening. We talked again about the data centers a year ago, and y'all proved that along with more. It's happening. So I'm going to go further out because my research has led me to the area where data centers in 15 to 20 years with AI will not be necessary. So we're going through all these hoops to change things to gear up for something that's not going to be here in 15 to 20 years. I'm more concerned about the cleanup of that data center. Who's going to be responsible for picking up the toxic waste, for knocking the building down so it's reusable land, reclaimable land? That's where I'm going. I'm further out than where we are right now. The mistakes have been made. They've got to be fixed. But I'm further out from the mistakes. I'm looking way far ahead because this is what is designed in the industry. 15 to 20 years from now, nobody will be talking data centers, and we'll have all these empty, toxic buildings all around the continental United States. We need to be thinking about that now, too, and planning for it. And these data centers need to have funds built into them, into the cities, where they clean up their own mess. It's not left to us citizens and our taxes to clean it up. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak? Seeing no one is coming forward, we're going to close agenda item A and move on to public hearing item B, to hear from the public on the property owner's request to Core Financial to rezone property located in unincorporated Henry County from RA Residential Agriculture to City of Hampton M1 Light Industrial. The property includes 2.01 acres located on 1019 Highway 1941, parcel number ID 008001019000. The rezoning request impacts the current 100% method annexation application AX 251217 of the property into the city of Hampton. Ms. Wanda, if you would come forth, and then if the applicant would come after. Is the applicant here? I saw.
Did you see him? The map on the screen, as you can see, the pink with a blue line around it, the city limits is pink, and the blue is the proposed parcel. They are requesting to rezone from Henry County M1 to, RA to City of Hampton M1 in conjunction with a 100% annexation application. This is a zoning map for the county that shows that next to, in the county, the property to the north is zone, I think that says C2. And then M1 is above it, and then it's surrounded by the city. This is our, city zoning map. You can see below, that's M1. That's where Southern States is located on 1941, and this property abuts Southern States. So the request, as I said, is to annex and rezone. Staff notes that there are a couple of things that may be problematic. Again, this is public hearing just to speak on the things that we're looking at on initial review before we do the staff report. The lot minimum for M1 zoning district is 100 feet. Our ordinance defines the lot width measured at the front yard setback, which this is a deep flag lot that has 40 feet of frontage on 1941, and so the front yard setback is 70, so it doesn't really meet our zoning code in relation to that criteria. So if they decide to move forward, we might have to look at that and address it with some other level of variance or some other consideration on that. As well as GDOT driveway spacings along 1941. There's an existing driveway that's at Southern States. This particular parcel really is impaired to have the correct spacing for an additional driveway. That would be something they would have to work out with Georgia DOT. I will let you know that this property has been properly given notice, is posted in accordance with zoning law. These are uses that are permitted in M1. The first is, as you'll see on the right, cemetery, a government building. The far right indicates the M1. Parks or recreation area, crematorium, a large appliance repair place, personal, a repair of personal goods, taxidermy studio. These are all permitted by right in an M1 zoning district. A pawn shop, requires a conditional use. Sexually oriented business is permitted in M1, only M1s that are located along 1941. So that's to note. Television, radio, film production facilities are permitted by right. Utility substations are permitted by right. Commercial uses, a lumber establishment, building establishment, feed and seed store, conditional use again, pawn shops, craft manufacturing, distribution warehouse, dry cleaning, laundry, garage repair shop, heavy equipment, manufacturing, printing and publishing, renewable energy facility, research and development, and a wholesale store, an armory, cold storage, self-service storage facility, an airport, heliport, or landing area requires a conditional use, and a bus terminal is permitted by right, and then recycling center requires a conditional use. So these are all uses that, if rezoned at the time it came back before mayor and council, would be available unless by ordinance you restrict the uses and the put a condition on the property. So at this point, as I shared, staff has identified some concerns for the request, and if the applicant is here, I'll yield the floor.
Is the applicant currently here? Secor? All right, I'll open up the floor for anyone that would like to speak for or against item B, the annexation of partial ID number 008-01019,000, annexation 25-12-17.
Snuck up on you, excuse me. Don Greer, 20 McDonough Street. I would just ask that the council not approve this. I know we're looking at moratoriums on annexations, but also with variance, says it doesn't really sound like it's a good idea. I'm not sure if that's all the concerns that staff has, but I would urge y'all to just not approve this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak on this item?
Miss Ann, we need to think and get with the police here, because some of this stuff we might not want here. We don't want to add any added stuff on there.
All right, come to the podium for me.
But they heard. We got it, and I have to look out for the police.
Anyone else wishing to speak regarding this item? Seeing that no one is coming forward to speak on this item, we're going to close the public hearing for agenda item B. Moving on to agenda item C, to hear from the public regarding property owner Steve Mobley's request for variance for the property located at the intersection of East Main Street and Woodlawn Avenue, partial ID number H0701009000, zone downtown mixed use. They would like a variance 260001 to increase the number of allowed curb cuts per frontage specific to Article 3, Section 3-28, variance 26002 to allow for a curb cut to be located within 50 foot of the intersection of two curb lines specific to Article 3, Section 3-20B, variance 26003, interior drive aisles widened with specific to Article 3, Section 319 F8, variance 26004 from the requirements to provide paved walkways with a minimum width of 5 feet connecting all building entrances to ground level parking and the public sidewalk parking specific to Article 7, Section 7-1H2. Ms. Wanda? Ms. Tiffany? All right.
All right, I'm not going to speak for too long because the applicant does have presentation, but I'm just going to kind of give an overview. The Circle K, as you guys know, that's right over here off Woodlawn Avenue and East Main Street, is basically their project is to move their canopy from the front and to replace the canopy and replace the gas tanks, and they're going to move it over to the side yard. And so that's what they have a concept for currently coming before staff. They've been in discussion with the city regarding the proposed updates to their site, relocating that gas pump and canopy. And our ordinance requires that the fuel canopies be located within the rear side yard, so that's why they're moving it to the side yard. This update represents a positive reinvestment by a long-standing business within the city. The submitted concept plan includes improvements such as enclosing the dumpster area, removing outdoor storage items such as ice boxes, and providing a new sidewalk along the property frontage. But staff has provided comments on the current concept plan submission because the site is currently considered a legal non-conforming development. Any proposed relocation of the canopy and gas pumps would require the project to meet current development regulations and standards. They are requesting variances to be relieved from the codes that the mayor just went through right now. So I'm gonna step back and let them give their presentation.
Hello,
Hello, thank you for having me.
tell us your name, your time.
Perfect, thank you. So I'm Harrison Aiken with Gimli Horn, representing the applicant. Oh no, yeah, you're good. Perfect, thank you. So we're gonna just flip through a couple different slides here really quick, but what you can see on the screen right now is the existing aerial with site plan. And so a couple things to point out is along the right side of the street, there's really two curb cuts that are existing today that are broken up by median just in front of the canopy. And so, and I'll touch on that in a second. And then also the bottom right side of the store, right at the intersection, there's actually access for cars to drive through today. And so as Tiffany mentioned, we're working to basically reinvest in the building, move the canopy, and with that, some of the site plan changes that you can see on this slide are adding a sidewalk and some crosswalks along East Main Street, and closing off the cut through basically between the intersection between the building. So that way cars just can't pull in and basically cut off the intersection itself. And so now I'm gonna walk through the different variances that we are requesting. So variance 1 is basically the 3 different curb cuts that for this property, we don't have the required frontage width to be able to have 3 curb cuts, so we're only allowed to have 2. Basically what we're proposing by adding in a couple of medians and sidewalks is reducing the length and the total amount of curb cuts, but we are basically proposing 3 curb cuts as a result of that. Number 2 is having a curb cut be within 50 feet of the existing intersection. So again, this one is an existing non-conforming one, but because we're basically we're altering the curb cuts along the frontage, we're requesting that is a variance as well, as that's basically remaining what it is today. 3 is the driveway widths and the reduced driveway width, so adjacent to parking and behind the building. As you can see here, we just don't have, with where the building sits today and where the existing parking is, we don't have the required widths within the site to be able to have that 24 feet. And then also on the left side of the property behind the building, there is an existing easement back there as for the railroad itself. And so we can't actually extend the width of the driveway back there. And then the last one is the variance for non-conforming design of the parking spaces along the south end of the building. And so that's specifically a minimum of 5 feet connecting all building entrances at the ground level. And again, this one, because of where the parking sits today, we're gonna resurface it, we're gonna repaint it, make it look a little bit nicer, but we don't have the required width to basically pull off that parking off the building without pulling it directly into the right of way and then reducing the amount of pull off from Woodlawn into the site itself. So again, that's more of it's existing use. We don't wanna make it a more unsafe condition by bringing it closer to Woodlawn. And so those are the variances that we are essentially applying for. Anything else from that? Okay, perfect.
Thank you so very much.
Awesome, thank you guys.
At this time, we're gonna open the floor for anyone that would like to speak in regards to variance 26-001, 002, 003, and 004 for partial ID number H07-01009000. Anyone that would like to speak in regards to this item? Seeing that no one is coming forward, we're going to close the public hearing for that item. that will conclude the public hearing for our 6 o'clock meeting. We will move directly into our now, regular scheduled council meeting. At this time, I call the meeting to order for the February the 10th, 2026, 6:30 council meeting for mayor and city council at 17 East Main Street, Southampton, Georgia. At this time, we're gonna ask that Pastor Cal Berry from Zion Baptist Church would come forward. Is Pastor Berry here? I haven't seen him. All right. If you would, please all stand for invocation. Marty, lead us in prayer.
Heavenly Father, we are truly grateful to be able to assemble here to manage the business of the city. We ask that you would grant wisdom. We ask that you would help us to consider the benefits that are provided for all citizens. Lord, we ask that you would lead, guide, and direct, that your Holy Spirit would be very evident and present here, and everything would be done decently and in order. Thank you for the privileges we have as citizens of the United States of America. Thank you for our first responders, Lord. Thank you for the public services we enjoy. Just thank you so much for the many blessings you've afforded us. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Now we will have our pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Moving on to agenda item 2, presentation and approval of the city council agenda. We need to amend the agenda to add a public hearing for the 6:30 meeting for agenda item G and H, the moratorium. We need to add a public hearing for that. Can I get a motion to amend the agenda?
I make a motion to amend the agenda.
I have a motion by Councilmember DeShane and a second by Councilmember White Williams to amend the agenda to add a public hearing for agenda items G and H. Discussion from the council. Discussion from the public. All in favor? I have a 6-0. Marty, I saw your name. Okay. All right, now I need a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
I make a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
I have a motion by Councilmember DeShane to to approve the amended agenda and a second by Councilmember Meeks. Any discussion from the council? Any discussion from the public? All in favor? I have a 6-0. All right, at this time, we're going to do the public hearing. Is that, okay. We're gonna go ahead and do the public hearing in regards to agenda items G and H. Consideration and approval of a second proposed resolution for 2026-08 that would establish a 120-day moratorium on the acceptance, processing, consideration, and approval of a new annexation petition or request seeking to annex property into the municipal limits of the city of Hampton. At this time, we're gonna open up the floor. Anyone that would like to speak in regards to agenda item resolution 2026-08. Seeing that no one is coming forth at this time, we will close this agenda item. Okay. Moving on to agenda item H, which is consideration and approval of the first proposed resolution 2026-09 that would establish a 120-day moratorium, the acceptance, processing, review, and approval of a new data center, related zoning and development application, and associated development permits within the city of Hampton. At this time, I will open up the floor for anyone that would like to speak in regards to a moratorium on 120 days regarding resolution 2026-09.
Good evening, everybody, and thank you for letting me speak. Is this on?
Yes. State your name for me and your address.
My name is Connie Snow, and I live at 426 Chase Marion Way, McDonough, Georgia, and I'm with Conserve Henry. I'm up here tonight that, hopefully, I'm hoping you're all going to vote for this moratorium because you really need to pause and review everything. I missed the beginning of the meeting because I was stuck in traffic when there was some discussion about the ordinance. I did review the ordinance. I have some concerns with it, so I'm hoping during this time you guys will be able to actually review that in more detail. Some of the questions I do have and concerns, first questions is, has anybody consulted Henry County or reviewed their ordinance that's being proposed right now before proposing anything for the city? Because if not, you need to. They kind of need to somewhat go in line. A lot of us have reviewed the proposed Henry County ordinance, and a lot of us have submitted changes that we're waiting to hear on. And I think that you guys should also review it as well. Since you are a part of Henry County, it would make sense to make sure that the ordinance that you're going to put in place matches the ordinance of Henry County or as close as possible. I also want to address one thing real quick in regards to the ordinance. It doesn't feel like it has a lot of protection in regards to the water requirements, the power use, the definitions, the zoning. I feel like you guys have given it too many zoning classifications versus putting it in one. I noticed through the ordinance, it could be anything that's mixed use, light industrial or office industrial, I do believe. I think you guys need to curtail it to just one zoning and not have it to where it can just pop up in multiple areas around the city. Additionally, I do want to say that the broader concern about the data center and what's all came about, there's still a lot of information that's not known. I know for a fact that there were a lot of processes and procedures that falls within the city that weren't followed in regards to a few of these centers. And I want to say that I would like for you guys to really go back and reevaluate what your purpose is here in the city. You need to have more concern when it comes to being transparent and involving in the community in these decisions. I have a lot more to say, but I've been in traffic for 2 hours, so I'm a little scattered. I just got out of the car. So I'm just going to close it with that, and thanks for letting me speak.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in regards to a 120-day moratorium on data centers? Seeing no one else coming forward, we're gonna close the portion for the public hearing on agenda items G and H. Moving on to presentation and approval of the city council minutes. Item A is the organization meeting minutes for January the 6th, 2026. I need a motion to approve or to deny.
I make a motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion to approve by Councilmember DeShane and a second by Councilmember Cheney. Discussion from the council. Discussion from the public. All in favor? I have a 6-0. Agenda item 3B, SCM minutes for January the 28th, 2026. I need a motion to approve or to deny.
Second.
I have a motion to approve by Councilmember White Williams and a second by Councilmember DeShane to approve January 28th, 2026 minutes. Discussion from the council. Discussion from the public. All in favor? I have a 6-0. Acknowledgement of guest proclamations and plaques. So, we don't have anyone that is on schedule for any, acknowledgement, but I do want to say, good evening to one of my counterparts sitting in the back, Mayor Williams with Stockbridge. We thank you so very much for joining us this evening. Now we will move on to agenda item 5, public comments. Clerk?
Public comments is limited to residents of the city of Hampton or to those who own businesses physically located within the city limits. Speakers may raise any point of concern regarding any matter on the agenda or any matter which the governing body has jurisdiction. However, each speaker must maintain a civil demeanor and refrain from personal attacks upon members of the governing body. Section 2-46 decorum. All council members must conduct themselves in a professional and respectful manner. Our remarks should be directed to the mayor and not to an individual council member, staff, or citizen in attendance. Personal remarks are inappropriate. A council member is not allowed to speak at a meeting until he has been recognized by the mayor. All comments made by a council member shall address the motion that is being discussed. The mayor shall enforce these rules of decorum. If a council member believes that a rule has been broken, he can raise a point of order. A second is not required. The mayor can rule on the question, or he may allow the council to debate the issue and decide the issue
you, Don Greer, 20. I have some comments regarding the December council meeting. Sometime after the council meeting went into executive session that night, I passed by the outside of City Hall. I noticed lights on in an empty conference room and also in the city manager's office where 3 or 4 people were gathered. Since the meeting was on YouTube, I checked it to see how the meeting ended. It did not end in adjournment. 3 council members returned to the council chambers, gathered their things, and left. They were followed by the remaining 3 council members and the mayor. The meeting was never called back to order and therefore not adjourned. At the time, I did not understand. The December meeting minutes confirmed that several council members walked out of executive session. In the January council meeting during public comments, former council member Devlin Cleveland explained what happened. He said that during that executive session, stop for them. Excuse me. Mr. Cleveland said that during that executive session, it was presented to the council to have a new contract for the now former city manager for 4 years for $200,000 per year. This most likely would have extended that city manager's tenure as executive director of the Hampton Development Authority for 4 years at $24,000 per year. This proposed contract was said to have a payout clause for the full amount upon termination with or without cause. This totals to $896,000. Some of last year's later council meetings had votes for items that resulted in a 3-3 tie, which were broken by a mayoral vote. From what Mr. Cleveland said, it seems that would have been the case for the proposed contract. The November election results were a mandate for change. Since the former city manager was terminated for cause, it seems that that change was warranted. What happened in December's executive session appears to have been an attempt to circumvent that mandate and leave the city on the hook for almost $900,000. How was this in the city's best interest? I asked the city council to determine if it's possible to have regulations in place that would prevent this type of contract payout. This should prevent personal motivations or feelings from superseding good business practices and good stewardship of city finances. Thank you to the 3 council members in that December meeting for having the courage to walk out of that executive session. You were put in an untenable position. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Next, we have Connie Snow. Next, we have India Stiger. Oh, okay. That'll be it.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so very much. Oh, Mr. Hendricks.
I signed the book outside on the counter out there.
It was the 6 o'clock meeting. It was 2
That was 6, okay, I didn't understand it was 6 o'clock meeting. Surely y'all want to hear me anyway, don't you? I think it's the 31st or 32nd time that I've been up here each month. I missed one. In June of 2023, ordinance number 13, I believe it was, denied me and my neighbor our opportunity to annex out of the city because we received no benefits from the city other than, well, we get no water, no sewer. Fire plug in front of our house belongs to the county, so we get tax benefits due to the county, not from y'all because of an argument in the 90 when they wouldn't even let the county run water to the city. And they were buying water from the city. Now that makes a lot of sense, don't it? 2 governments fighting over what. But anyhow, that's the way it goes. And when we come over here and went to the county and annex out, they turned around and approved all of it. And then when it got over here, y'all drug out this ordinance. The city attorney did, I reckon, and the city manager that says, oh no, y'all can't leave because we're under a bond issue that y'all are having to pay for. Until that bond issue's up, we can't allow anybody to leave. Well, excuse me, I didn't pay water and sewer tax. That's what the bond issue was for. So I wasn't under it. But I couldn't get all of them up here to understand it. They had a little clause they wanted to hold and they set on it. And so that brings me back to the 31st or 32nd time of coming here asking again, stop discriminating against us and give us our rights to be able to annex out if we want to, because we benefit, we are eligible for it because we're my property line. Now, if you want to drop our property taxes to where us old codgers aren't paying but about 10% of what everybody else is getting full benefits from the city's getting, that'd be about fair to me of what I'm being paid. I'm paying for what I'm getting. I don't have a problem with that. But when you tell me you pay just like anybody downtown or any one of these brand new houses is paying water and sewer bills, and for everything the city provides, until last year, we never had a curb and gutter on the street we lived on. I lived on it 32 years, never had an old driveway cut. Now they got a racetrack down through there. I mean, they love to wear that new asphalt out. All they got is one little curve in it, and they can make it, but if they don't, they'll end up in that house over there. But nevertheless, I'm here requesting that you do away with that resolution that you passed that night. This council didn't pass, part of you did, that said that we didn't have the right to give us our rights. Or either lower the taxes to where we're paying a fair price for what we're getting. And it really ought to do to anybody in the city. If you're elderly and you're on fixed incomes and stuff, your taxes ought to not be full stream like wide open. And because I guess that's who has to pay for a lot of this new progress around here, where data's gonna get approved and don't nobody know how they got approved.
Thank you, Mr. Hendry. Was there anyone else? Michelle?
No, ma'am.
All right.
I didn't sign up, but I would like to have an opportunity.
I can give her my spot.
Y'all know my name is Esma Oliver. I live on College Street. I am confused. I come to meetings to be informed as a citizen. And I come, what was that, the December meeting or January meeting? I'm not sure anymore. There's so many changes going on up here. And I see there's a city attorney, and I discover that our city manager is no longer with us. Now, my question is, are we as citizens allowed to know what transpired and why in all of these changes? I mean, it's like there are new people here. We haven't been introduced to them, at least not in the meetings that I've been in. And no explanation as to why. What are y'all doing? That's all I want to know. Am I wasting my time coming up here to meetings and not receiving any information about the changes that you're making and why? I'd like some answers. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to youth council updates. So, this past month, the youth council participated in the MLK parade with the NAACP on Martin Luther King Day. They also hosted the annual Black History Month parade. We had great participation. A lot of people came out in regards to participating in the parade, and the children really had a wonderful time. They are currently preparing for the National League of City Conference, and they are looking forward to that. Moving on to agenda item 7, city manager's update.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. In Mr. Baker's absence, I'll be presenting some. We'll also have department heads present their own departments. On the police department, I am going to present it, and there's a reason, and you'll learn it at the end of the thing. In the month of January, we had 560 citizen contacts. That could be anything from a traffic stop to a dispatch call to anything that we documented a contact. 0 citizen complaints for the month of January. Our average response time, I think we talk about it every month, but I think it's so important to continue to talk about. Our goal was always to be under 5 minutes. And I know last month you got the number, I think we were at 340 for the 2025. We started out January at 324. Again, that right there, it doesn't just happen. The next slide, If I could get Captain Brownlee and Lieutenant Arnold to come up. First, they are the reason for that response time you see every month. That's not something that just happens in the chief's office. One of the toughest things to do as police chief is to build a succession plan. You're essentially training people to replace you at all times. That's part of what the mayor and council and city manager charged me with, is to make it to when I leave, this place is better off than when I found it. I'm proud to announce that both Captain Brownlee to my left and Lieutenant Arnold to my right have both completed the Chief's Executive Training course with GACP. To tell you what that means, it means that if either one of them, and while we certainly want them to have a long and prosperous career here, we've invested in them, and they've now achieved the training. They could go be a sitting chief, Hampton or otherwise, and on day one, they're qualified for the position. So I applaud them, and the mayor and council for charging us to continue to build that succession plan. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Next, we'll get Director Louis King.
Good evening, Madam Mayor,
Good evening.
City Council members, Hampton members, thank you. Okay, so we've been busy like always. Sorry. Is that better? Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Mic is very bad. Yeah, that's very bad.
Excuse me, yeah. We've been busy like always. We've been having an issue over the Captain Williams building, and basically people keep going in there, putting paper towels in the toilet, even though there's a sign that asks us not to, so. We had some hand dryers installed, took the paper towel dispensers off, so hopefully they're gonna take care of that, because we've been going over like every couple of weeks. You've seen there's a lot of things going on in our park, so we've also been doing some concrete replacement over there, that's separate from the park. The chief will be talking about that. Here's some pictures from the storm water project on Elm Street Station. We have bamboo growing everywhere throughout the storm water drains. We got them all. We had a contractor come in, clear it all out, put rock around it. So we're gonna focus on maintaining that going forward to prevent that from happening in the future. And then here's some other stuff around McBrayer Park. The fence around the air conditioning system there. I imagine the kids hanging out, kicking the pickets out. So we had a contractor quote us something like $2,700 to come in and do it. We were able to do it in house for less than $100. So for the month of January, we had 146 work orders completed, 574 miles of road swept, 24 citizen contacts, and approximately 90 feet of concrete, mostly sidewalk replaced. That's it for me, unless anyone has any questions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next, we'll get Mr. Alton West, the Utilities Director.
Madam Mayor, Council, how's everyone doing? That is the installation of water main on Woolsey, Lower Woolsey. And that's gonna be for the force main that they're putting in. The bottom picture is actual wet well, and that trench is where the actual pipe will be laid, top picture. That pump, that's from Elm Street, is replaced. Now, I'm glad to say every lift station that the city owns and operates has a pump in it. That wasn't the case when I first got here. So, now this is, they're born on Highway 20. This is on the plant side, and obviously they're going under 4 lanes in the median. And the 10-year water audit, successfully submitted that, as well as our drinking water permit, operator drinking water system. And we're getting quotes on, as you see, it's one of my water towers. So annually, we like to get them cleaned, checked, painted, just regular maintenance. And we're in the process of finding a reliable contractor to do just that. And that's it for me. Anybody got questions for me? Comments, concerns?
you can ask the question to me.
I want to know, first, the fuel leak into the Flint River that happened at the airport. It said that it came to water south of the airport. Did it reach Hampton? That's what, Henry County, that's what I want to know.
Okay, you can have a seat. Mr. Alton, can you address that?
Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am, it didn't reach us. So we primarily use groundwater in the city, and what we purchase from Henry County doesn't come from the aquifer that the fuel spill was in. So it went past us, so it wasn't an issue for the city of Hampton.
Went past us.
Yes, ma'am. We don't have anything to do with that.
We draw from a different reserve. We didn't get it from where the spill happened.
The spill happened in the Flint River. We get our water from the Tower Ladder.
From where?
Tower Ladder, River Basin. Yeah. All right.
Next, we'll have Ms. Wanda Moore, our Community Development Director.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Community Development Department would like to update you guys on our business licenses that were issued in the month of January. We have 27. That includes renewals and new businesses. We've issued 11 building permits, 7 current zoning applications. We have 18 projects underway. The following table will show you, actually it's 14. And we have new grant applications. We have grant programs underway. I just wanted to kind of get it out there and have a list, so if you guys have any questions, they include GIC, which is a Georgia Initiative for Community Housing, LMIG, which is Local Maintenance Improvement Grants from GDOT, LWCF is Land Water Conservation Fund grant from the Department of Natural Resources for our Rosenwald Park. Our GDOT project for our West King Overpass is a TIP grant. Our CIE is our capital improvement element, which we're going to have a slide on that to update you on what that is. Our MS4 reporting is our stormwater, and we've been helping out with that with Public Works. That's due Friday. We requested for an extension, and they were very kind to us, but we're working to try to get that submitted on Friday. We were recently, drum rolls, you guys have visited Washington, right, and visited Oscoff and different senators while you're there, and this has been going on since 2024, Tiffany, is that 2024? So we have gone back and forth with them saying, it's through this committee, it's through the next committee, it's on the president's desk, it's been on the president's desk for maybe a year and a half. We may got notification that, and I as well, they sent it to my department, we made the application, so our name was on it, but we were finally awarded $954,000. And that is the area over on Woolsley Road where Fortson Drive and Lindsay Lane and that whole community, where some residents on Fortson at least have been inundated every time it rains. There's a stormwater facility that dumps in this poor woman's backyard, and it's, we're very excited that we were finally awarded that, so. So, you got me? You can click one. These are our current projects as shared. There's 14. There's 7 residential, 7 non-residential. And if you would like, I can go to the map so you can see how they are graciously spread out through our city. It's from the west with our Hampton Technology Park Data Center that's underway in Equinix, to the east, which is not underway now. Just as an update, Hampton Technology Park, as well as Henderson Farms, as I've shared, both of those projects are going back into a new DRI review. So Hampton Technology Park, the first building is underway, but no further action, no further actions will proceed with Henderson Farms until the DRI is completed. If anybody has any questions on those projects. Okay.
So, looking at the non-residential list, 1070 Deer Creek gas station is listed twice. Is that a mistake, or is that?
Yes, it should be, that's Manassas. We have, a gas station. Can you go to the map, Tiffany? Thank you for pointing that out. There's a gas station that is in front of Liberty Square, that's 701.
Okay.
It shows on the map, and then we have the 1070, which is closest to Wendy's. So
Is
thank
that-
you for correcting that.
Is that the one that's kind of catty-corner, from Wendy's?
Yes, ma'am, in that out parcel that's there. One of the big benefits of that particular development is the road that's shared between the Waffle House and that particular out parcel. They have to repave all that, do a nice entrance off of 1941, and install a multi-use trail along the front of that particular parcel as well as a sidewalk. And then the orientation of the canopy is on the side, like our ordinance, like your ordinance.
So that one sits on the same side of the road as Wendy's, not on the side to the motor speedway?
Correct.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
okay,
On that side of it, yep.
okay.
Anybody else? We have a couple of pictures just of a villa, which is our ranch villas. These are single-story ranch homes that have, all have front porches, face community greens, and that's part of Henderson Farms that won't be developed until the DLI has been approved and reviewed by you guys. Glen May is underway right now, and that's a DR Horton. That's 165 units. It's a mix of townhomes, alley-loaded, single-family product, and then front-loaded, single-family homes. Henderson Farms, this is an image that the applicant has given us. They have submitted a concept plan review to the city. That's the first step in moving down for development plan review. However, it's on hold until the development and regional impact review is complete. That's a view facing the data center from State Route 20. And this is Mentor Drive. Mentor Drive is underway in the sense that some of the infrastructure permits have been issued. The off-site sewer, water, the main boulevard design, and general grading for the development. This will include a 4-lane boulevard with a large roundabout that ties into our site parkway, which is over towards the Equineck and Target development. So there'll be interparcel connection within the possible job centers to the residential center for Mentor Drive. And the CIE, just briefly, CIE, as I shared before, is that community investment program element, and we are required to do that. You guys vote on that every year. We submit that to DCA. We had to submit a 5-year CIE update, which we did. But part of our comprehensive plan and part of the requirements from DCA is we update our actual report, our actual document, which you guys established, the city established in, I can't remember, it's 2007. In that document, it identifies what the city's water and sewer needs are. Also talks about police and impact fees, but we're only focusing on water and sewer. The city has reached out and has engaged with Bill Ross, who is a premier person to do this type of analysis. We vetted him with another consultant, Sycamore's Consulting, but Bill Ross Planning Group were engaged, and they started, we have given them a lot of information, data, but he would like to come down and do a presentation before you guys to kind of educate you on the process. There's a committee that has to be established, and that's all part of a process, and it probably will take us about a year to work through it. But at the end, you will be able to assess, are the impact fees that you are assessing adequate, or should they be increased to cover current and future growth here in the city? Land Water Conservation Fund grant, I'll real fast through that. Where we're at right now with the grant, if you can go to the timeline, Tiffany. We were awarded the grant. We're at the process now where we have made a couple of our quarterly reports. And in the quarterly reports, the Department of Natural Resources wants to know where we are. When you're awarded the grant, you get 2 years between the award, design, and construction. And anybody, you guys know when you have public engagement, a public bid process, that's not a whole lot of time, 2 years. So where we are right now, we would request and ask for mayor and council to allow us to engage in the 3 architectural firms that we currently have in under contract, which is TSW, Pond, and UG.
2WRUG.
Thank you, 2WRUG out of Columbus. Those were firms that we vetted out. They're qualified architectural firms, and if we utilized them and asked them and sent them out as a task order, then we would not have to go through the procurement process and advertise, which could take up to 2.5 months before we actually even awarded a contract for design. And then we're kind of behind that 8 ball trying to catch up on things. You don't have to let us know tonight, but if we could move forward with that, then that is what the direction that we would move forward to. If you want to put it out to bid, we're happy to do that too. And we'll just work to make sure that thing is completed by, I think, September 2027. Next slide. And then the West King pedestrian overpass. We are happily received 3 bids on the design for the preliminary engineering. So with that, we had to establish a review committee. Had to be either a resident here with some type of transportation background or staff. Myself, Mr. King, and Tylen
No, Mr.
Salters,
Salters.
who is the Henry County Transit Director. He actually lives in Southampton subdivision. So it's wonderful. We were all vetted out by GDOT. We had to give them all of our credentials, and they said, yes, you guys are good to go. So that's your selection committee. Now, what's happened, we have given the 3 consultants a deadline to give us their technical response back, which is due on February 25th. After that, we'll meet, work through the very specific criteria that Georgia DOT gives us, and make a selection of those 3 to be presented to you guys. Once that happens, then the design process will happen. There'll be public engagement. Then that consultant will be able to move the ball quicker down the field for us. And that's the design, and that's the grant monies that we were awarded already, the $684,000 thereabouts. Next slide. Is that it?
That's it.
Thank you.
I do have one question.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you go back to the slide with, a villa? Okay. So I noticed that these, this neighborhood will strictly be total rentals. There
Yes,
will not
ma'am.
be, single family for purchase.
That's right.
Is there any way, does council have a say in that?
As far as,
It not being totally 100% rentals.
right, so this particular project is a ranch villa, and that's their product is for rent. They have incentives and, to help with future homeownership, but that's where that is. That has, in our process, has been approved as a concept plan, approval only, and it's on hold until the development of regional, impact study is done. You guys can weigh in on whether or not you think the use is permitted in the zoning district. But you can say whether or not you think it's a good use there, or if you wanna meet with the, I will just share, they don't do fee simple. So if that's not a use that you want in that location, if you want it in another place on Henderson Farms, or you don't want it at all on Henderson Farms, it is allowed by code.
And it's the only location on Henderson Farms. Is that the only location on Henderson Farms?
Yes, ma'am, and this is although, there's a discussion that you could have with them about if you wanted it to be age targeted, if that would facilitate anything, but these particular units, they typically rent for very high dollar, as it were, and the folks who live here, they seem to stay, they said, in their facilities. They're very highly managed, but they're more than willing to come back and reintroduce themselves and share anything or answer any questions you may have.
So are we, is this the only company that's looking at putting something like this at Henderson Farm, or do you know if there's interest from other developers that
This is
would
yeah.
do fee simple in that area?
Yes, ma'am. So the staff received the concept plan for the whole entire Henderson Farms, and I had emailed that out earlier this week. It was Monday. It was just yesterday. Sorry, Monday. It's a long week. What's shown on the master plan right now is a mix of single-family detached, fee simple. They seem to indicate some type of whether it's a townhome for fee simple. Staff has, and we can provide these numbers to you, we did an analysis with our GIS to determine how many rental units we currently have in the city. Not only just straight out multifamily, but what numbers we're looking at that are in our subdivisions that are rental homes, and where in good planning and good numbers that we want to be as a city on percentage of rental.
Do you know what that
What
number is?
what numbers do we want to be
It's
at?
about 25%. So with the numbers that we're projecting with single-family development in Henderson Farms, as well as in Mentor Drive. Mentor Drive, if you remember, all of those units except for the apartment complex have to be fee simple. Glen May has to be fee simple zoning condition. They agreed they're for all sale at 168. So where we're tracking is we're good, but we really might want to look at whether it's a moratorium or some kind of pause to evaluate and show you the numbers that with what we have now, I feel good about the ratio, but it's y'all's decision if you want it less or what that ratio is on Henderson Farms in case this particular, say Pulte is interested in one of the pods. What if they go away? We want another fee simple, no multifamily, and what percentage does that look at? Those are things that y'all can talk about and share with us on Henderson Farms. It is zoned mixed use, but there are a lot of different categories under the residential.
And then last question, any updates on Rose and Main? I haven't heard anyone talk about that in months. So are we gonna have, will that project go through, or what's the status on that?
Yeah, there have been a couple of different folks that have been interested in Rose and Main. Honestly, one of the biggest challenges for that property is sewer, has been sewer. When you look at the cost to gravity, that sewer and just the vitality of that. But since, I guess probably in the last 2 to 3 months, I've had 2 different, quote, inquiries on the property. Staff has worked probably with 6 different people since I've been here, 6 different layouts I've seen. And staff has prepared and composed a layout that's consistent along the lines of what was envisioned in the LCI study. And when we speak to people, we speak on fee simple, whether it's townhomes or detached, that unless you're over a commercial entity, and sometimes even then you can have condos, but we're interested in home ownership, as well as that particular site is, our gateway and is envisioned very highly. So everyone that we speak with when they come in and ask us about zoning and what's gonna be allowed there, we always bring out the LCI study. This is what was showed back in the day, and this is what can't get out of some people's head, that this is what should happen.
Thank you.
Do you have an update on the Gates of Floyd? What is happening with that?
Great question. Gates of Floyd Lake, they reached out to me the other day, said they've had some turnaround and turnover in their company, and so they are back on track. At least they went out, we cited them, that they hadn't finished their erosion control installations, and they haven't done anything for quite some time. They said they were gonna pick back up that project, but nothing substantial, other than just to let us know that they haven't fallen off the face of the earth.
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
I have questions a lot of times, but I don't know how to jump in. Do you just?
Yes,
well,
get my attention and I'll give you the floor.
Yes, ma'am.
Mayor.
Okay, first of all, Ms. Wanda, you stated that we have like 25% rentals here. Is that what you stated?
No, I was asked, what's the ideal number in
Okay.
a community,
You
X amount? Currently, no, I'm not saying that we have 25% now,
Okay.
but the goal would be to stay within that parameter.
Okay. And my next question is, of course, I'm just now a couple days past my 1 month anniversary, so I don't know exactly how it's done, but I don't understand how developments are carried out and the council doesn't get a say-so as to what they would like to see in the community. It seems like a development is underway. The council may not be pleased with it being all rental, but we never got an opportunity to have input on that as to what this development would look like.
Sure. I think it's a great, observation, because if you're not here and you're new and you haven't been a part of any of the planning processes or even understanding what the zoning,
In the future, if there's a development that's being brought to the city council, how would I know about it before I see it on PowerPoint?
right, so projects aren't brought to, and I invite the attorney if they want to share anything about, process on zoning, but projects aren't brought before mayor and council in our current process. If the land is zoned and the uses that are identified in the ordinance are permitted. So, like, Henderson Farms. Before we had input from Atlanta Regional Commission that they thought they wanted to go through they needed us to go through another DRI. Staff used the Henderson Farms master plan that was done decades ago. Because when you annexed, that was, at least in our understanding, what you had envisioned in relation to how many residential units there should be there, how much commercial, because that master plan had that identified. So with that Henderson Farms mixed use, within the mixed use district that we have, there's several options of housing. And so a villa became interested into this, being in the city, and they had a product that was a ranch village. And so that's why they are there now as a concept plan that's been approved, which you guys didn't see, because the zoning allowed that use to be there.
Okay, I get that.
Okay.
But is there ever a time that we will have any control about frontage, about how it looks? Yes, I know it's zoned correctly, and they're bringing it, but I just feel at some point, council should be made aware of what's going to be built in the city that they govern. How it's going to look. Not saying that we're gonna stop it, but maybe have some more input as to what we are allowing to be built in the city?
I will share, when I first started here, I don't know if it was a staff retreat or, may have been, at a meeting just like this. What I encourage people, that may be new to just ordinances and how it all works and how it all gets here. When you go to a city that you just love, or you drive through a neighborhood and you're like, oh my gosh, this is wonderful. Why can't we have this in our city? Everything that you see with your eyes is regulated by code. How far back the houses are set? What's the buffer? Like in Peachtree City, we're not ashamed. We borrow from people's places that are good. So we enacted in our corridors on State Route 20 in 1941, if you build residential, you have to have a 100-foot buffer. If it's commercial, it can be 30. Now there's provisions for those reductions. But those particular codes you wouldn't know about, and you might be concerned because you just look at something like that and it's hard to visualize. It's hard to understand because it looks like a bunch of houses.
I totally get that.
Okay.
I don't want to go in the past, but sometimes a city can kind of control what's allowed. For instance, I retired from College Park 28 years. For 28 years, we controlled it. We allowed no rentals. I started out in engineering there, so I know it issued permits. So I feel that there should be some type of way that we can have a little bit more input as to what's being built in our city. And just last week, a lady came in to City of Fairburn. She wanted to see the mayor. She was really upset about this huge development. The engineer took her back and he says, ma'am, this is not a city development. This is a private development. But we do have a little bit say-so of how things, we kind of look out for the people a little bit. Yeah. So I found it strange when someone raised their hand up here on this dais and say, are these all rentals? I wasn't here, so I don't know. But I would like to, going forward, if there's any way possible, if I need to come up here once a week and kind of see what's hitting the books and what's going to be built, not saying I want to stop it, I would just like to know.
Well, I think and welcome, the attorneys and their firm have many jurisdictions under their oversight. And we certainly want to help and be whatever process implemented to help you guys feel like you're more on the front end of things and can have input. And not just with us, and speak with the developers, because we don't engage on a lot of the, input other than this is what our ordinance says.
And I'm still, it's like we got planning commission, we got board of zoning, we have all these other boards that things go through, but here it's just,
Sure.
It's on a PowerPoint.
Sure, no, absolutely. And all of those things, to your point, and to your discretion, and the attorney, like I said, they're the ones that are here to be able to help vet through what you guys want and how we can put it in code so there is a process. Because what you want, if you want development, and you want quality folks to come in here, they have to feel comfortable that there's a process, right? They're not saying that they wouldn't give and take and all that stuff, but we can help establish whatever process you guys need within adding to our current code or throwing everything out. Whatever, we're here to work with the attorney and make sure that you guys are able to do your job as you serve the citizens.
And I'm not sure, but does College Park have rentals now, apartments? Very few.
No, their code scarcely allows it.
Yeah.
So could we put in a conditional use on everything that they have to come back to us before anything is being permitted?
You have a lot of latitude, Councilman, in terms of what you're able to do with the code.
Excuse me, I need everybody to be quiet.
But what I would encourage you, because I hear Councilman Brooks' concern what I would say is, you can certainly be aware of applications as they are filed with the city. Those aren't secret documents, those are public documents, and you can get those just like anybody else. And you can request that they be made available to members of city council by way of information only. You have to understand that at some point you may be called upon to have a public hearing as relates to that particular application. And due process requires that you make a fair adjudication on the record presented in front of you. And so that you can't have researched it, gone out and made a predetermination on how you feel about it. You have to adjudicate the matter based on the record. You're gonna have an applicant, who's gonna come before you, present an application that's been vetted by the staff, and you're gonna be called upon to make a decision. And your decision has to be governed by due process standards, which might be violated if there was a whole lot of consideration and analysis of those applications before they're presented. So you can be aware, but I would encourage you not to go too deep with that, because it might conflict with your due process rule at a subsequent hearing.
All right, thank you, Ms. Wanda.
Next, we will have, what is our IT manager? Finance, I'm sorry. Ms. Grace Buckley, our assistant finance director.
Hey, Ms. Grace.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council. For the Finance Department, we're currently working on the yearly award that the Finance Department go after, which is the Budget Award and the Financial Award. Unfortunately, we had to ask for an extension on the Budget Award because we're missing some documents. So the GFOA gave us one extension. We're hoping that we don't have to ask for another one, or we'll miss the award this year. Audit preparation we're doing right now for the FY September 30th, 2025. We're pulling documents and working with Fulton and Kozak. For January, we got $351,000 in SPLOS funds for the month. 184 was for SPLOS 6 and 167 for T-SPLOS. We added 50 customers, new utilities. That brings us up to 3,800 customers within the city.
All right.
Any question?
No, but maybe not for Ms. Grace, but what's happened with our loss that we couldn't come to an agreement with Henry County, and that was supposed to hopefully make it back on the ballot for May?
You mean floss?
Floss, yeah.
Floss. So I have not heard any more information about floss whatsoever at this point in time.
We haven't.
But we do have an current situation going on in regards to loss
Yes.
revenue with the county. And the finance department is actually in the process of doing research along with all of our municipalities, cities. And so we'll have a joint meeting on.
I think this week, we have a scheduled meeting, I think Thursday, a Zoom meeting on Thursday.
So, I did want to ask you in regards to, is it just the transmittal letter that we're waiting on? What are we waiting on?
I
For
did
the
not want to
award?
say that, yes.
Okay.
The past city manager had until the end of September. We were supposed to have deliverables of that in December. We did not receive it, thus we have to ask for a extension. I think we may have to ask for a second, because we will not have to solicit help from various staff members, go back to the retreat presentation so that we can come up with a transmittal letter, because we cannot submit without a transmittal letter. That letter drives a lot of stuff that we have to incorporate and answer to. So Mr. Forsythe is going to solicit as much help as he can from staff and hopefully from the new city manager. If not, we will have to either miss the award, which all is not lost. I've gotten 3, so if we miss another one, but we're striving not to.
We talked about this about a month ago?
Yes.
About a month ago?
Yes.
Mr. Forsythe spoke to him
yesterday. He is working on the transmittal letter, and hopefully we do not miss this window and have to reapply. I kept Mr. Baker apprised of it, and he assured me Monday when he hits the ground running, Mr. Forsythe will be back, and that'll be the top order of business for the city.
And Ms. Wanda, we're gonna have to solicit help from every staff member that we can if we wanna meet it. I don't foresee them not giving us a second if we want to, but we're trying not to.
So the transmittal letter, is it, what's in that transmittal letter that you would need to go
What,
and?
in the past, the transmittal letter is always due before you adopt the budget.
And we don't have it anywhere?
It was never started, so
And whose responsibility is it?
the past city manager,
Do we know why it wasn't started? Anyone?
I couldn't tell you.
So what, can I see what a previous letter looks like?
It's in your past budget books, you
Okay.
can look in, and all it is he goes over where the city is going this year, what projects we have going, what's discussed at the retreat. He talks about the millage. There's various different aspects of it, because to get the award, you have to have certain criteria, strategic measures, plans, 5-year plans. So we take all of that and scribe out of the transmittal letter. We can have it done, Mr. Forsythe, Mr. Baker, and Ms. Wanda. We'll just have to go back to the retreat presentation, and we'll somehow try to come up with it. I don't know how we're gonna sign it. Maybe just the mayor. Usually it's Mr. Cohila's sign, but he's no longer here. So that's one thing we're gonna have to decide who signs it.
So the person that signs it, in this case, Alex is no longer here.
Mhm.
Is there any wiggle room to have, and, you know?
Mr. Baker can't sign because he was not the city manager at that time.
What happens if a person expires? You just hung up, you don't get to move forward?
No, so that's what she's saying, that I would sign off on the transmittal
He
letter.
normally signs the transmittal letter. The mayor can sign, and we can transmit that way. I don't foresee, I will check with GFOA, but I can see the mayor can sign.
If a person is terminated, I don't see why we would be waiting for someone to sign.
No, he never started it, Ms. Brooks. There is none.
Yeah.
There's no transmittal letter. We have to start it from scratch.
Yeah, well.
And so both Chief Turner can't sign
One
as the
second.
interim?
1 second.
I would more than likely think the mayor, once we compose the transmittal letter, you guys can take a look at it. I'm gonna say 80%, the mayor can sign.
Mayor Tarpley, I do have some footage from the budget meeting, the retreat, if you would like to use it.
Yeah, we have the
Use it.
presentation,
Okay,
thanks.
but
So
some
we'll try to
recording.
go through it,
Yeah, okay.
yes.
So I'm just concerned that, I know Mr. Cohilas is not here because he was terminated, but in the case of if something were to happen to Mr. Baker, making sure we have that hierarchy of who can sign, but also.
But usually it's done within the deadline. There is a deadline for
But
it.
my concern is that it wasn't even started.
No, it was
And I
not.
think that that is something as council we need to address. And if we have to adopt, an ordinance, that it be done by a certain date, because our fiscal year starts October 1st.
Well, in the past, since I've been here, the first 2-3 years, it was mandatory. It was always presented for the last read and the adoption. Something changed, and
What
it just
changed?
waited.
I don't know what, I
I
know
have
you
no
don't
idea.
know, but I'm just saying,
No
as a
idea.
council, do we know what happened that we did not get this transmittal letter done? No.
No, we had the conversation because last year I had to ask for an extension because it was not completed until December. So I asked for this year that we make sure we get it done by the end of September. We reminded, and again, Maybe Mr. Coelis had other things piled up on him that he couldn't have gotten it done. I can't answer to that.
Right, all right. Thank you, Ms. Buckley.
All righty.
Thank you, Ms. Butler. Next, we round out team manager, Michelle Arthur.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tickets are a big thing for me because as a Department of One, it's how I help and aid in getting help for people who have trouble with their systems. Okay, last month we had 46 total tickets, 42 of those were resolved. We have 4 pending, including the signage outside of the train depot. We're working on it. We're working with the installers and support and trying to see if we can't get it back working again. Current projects, something that's continual will be networking and cybersecurity. We're working on upgrading a lot of our networking. We have some things that are outdated, some things that are not up to code. We just started upgrading our firewall, which is a very big part in keeping people out that have no need of being there. We're enhancing our network visibility with monitoring tools. I'm constantly monitoring what's going on in our network. Is my first thing in seeing if anything is wrong. We're improving network security. We'll always be improving network security because we're, again, trying to enforce keeping people out. Cybersecurity, we're expanding our multi-factor, our two-factor. A lot of people get sick of it, but we're going to keep doing it because, again, it keeps people out. Improving threat detection. We're actually getting bigger and better with our threat detection because as cybersecurity grows or as tech grows, people find more and invasive ways of getting into your systems. And I just want to point out that you can spend billions and billions of dollars on cybersecurity and someone will still try to get in. They hack into the Pentagon, and we are just City of Hampton, so it can happen. We're just trying our best to keep people out. Increasing security awareness. The big part of keeping us safe is to make sure that our staff is trained, making sure that they know what a phishing email looks like or different security measures are taken so that we can help secure the city. I'm big on tech tips. I help the city staff, but my knowledge extends all out, so if it helps the citizens in any way, I like to make sure I can. Phishing is a big thing. It can get you really simply and allow people into your systems very simple. Check and make sure that the sender is the sender. Just because the name may be Ann Tarpley, that doesn't mean that's Ann Tarpley. If you check the email address, the sender address, it could be something like a whole bunch of letters and numbers at gmail.com. That is not Ann Tarpley. So something simple. 2, don't click first, think first. If it seems suspicious, more than likely it is. I promise you no one in Africa is trying to give you $1 million. Look for subtle red flags, misspellings, and weird grammar. If it says it's coming from Bank of America and it doesn't look like the Bank of America logo, anything so simple as Bank of America and something that is lowercase and it's supposed to be uppercase, more than likely it's spam. Even in your text messages, if it seems like Bank of America is asking for your credentials, your username and password, it is not. They will most likely not do that in your text or in your email. So don't give anyone ever control and report it immediately to whoever you need to. If you're at home, Gmail, Yahoo, whoever your provider is. If you're at work, please send it to ithelp@hamptonga.gov. Thank you. I also want to just say this is not in my report, but because the question was raised, I just want to make sure that I say, Ms. Brooks, you've asked about the council being in the know on certain projects and different things. We are working on a software that will be in-house. It works off of our domain, so that we can try to update you on projects. We may not go into depth so that we don't give you too much information, but we should be letting you know what each department is working on a daily, if that helps.
Thank you.
Andrea Atwater, Human Resources Director.
Thank you.
I believe the product that Michelle was talking about, Base Camp, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna do the HR report. This report covers head counts, vacancy numbers, turnover rates, and job resources. Okay, we're currently sitting at a head count of 85 employees across all departments. To the right is just a brief listing of employee counts by department. All right. Currently, this is for the month of January. These are all the vacancies that are listed. Of course, it shows one opening in the police department, but that position has been filled. Chief Turner likes to fill positions within the first 48 hours. Okay. All right, so our current turnover rate is 1.2%, and this is based on an employee count of 85. If you're interested in applying for a job in the city of Hampton, we have several different ways that you can apply. The first way that's listed is through a regular paper application, along with our city site, which is hamptonga.gov, glga.org, and indeed.com. If anybody needs an accommodation with completing an application, please feel free to call, stop by, or email me, and I'll be happy to assist you.
Thank you.
Take your jacket off.
For Ms. McCornell, who's our interim director, just wanted to give you a quick calendar. February the 7th was the Black History Parade. Our next event is March 28th, the Easter egg hunt. And then I won't go through each one, but you do see our big one, April 25th, the Yellow Pollen. There'll be a couple more things to add throughout the year, but that's kind of what we have up and through May of 2025 for the Main Street Department. Next, I'm going to do the city manager's update. Before I do, I want to say thank you to all the department heads. This is a little bit out of everyone's comfort zone. Mr. Baker, in his absence, charged me with kind of changing the format. I think this will be closer to where we are, but this was kind of his direction. So staff did a phenomenal job in not only putting their reports together, but also being able to present them. So thank you to all the department heads. Potential workshop dates. That's the first thing I want to talk about. We would like to get something done next week, and wanted to get some input from the mayor and council with Ms. Hood on something we can all agree on next week for a workshop. So I'd love to hear from you guys. Mr. Baker said he will be here all week, so whenever y'all are ready, we'll get it done. A workshop on some things that, like at the public hearing that was it a public hearing? The one we had at the school, some things we tabled. Also, any other things that he wanted to be able to update you guys on.
Right. I know that we were looking at an executive session. We talked about that during that, so we can get a full update and everybody can see some of the things that in regards to real estate that we're doing. We talked about, of course, all the things that we had postponed or moved to the, and I think that was it.
Mm-hmm. He proposed one day next week with, at you guys' direction.
That's the
what
working.
works best for everyone.
I think that's the working. You just update me. I think ask the working people what their schedules are like more.
Yeah.
Okay, so Mr. Mitchell said he can come in by Zoom. Ms. Melissa?
Yes, ma'am.
What day is good for you, Ms. Cheney?
Any day.
Any day. So we are looking in the afternoon.
Afternoon. Yeah.
Afternoon.
Thursday, maybe. Thursday good for you?
So, I would think that we have a lot of ground to cover.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if in the afternoon, 3 hours, 4 hours is going to be enough. I mean, we can spend 2 hours talking about one thing. I would like to propose a full day. That way we can just get it all out of the way.
So I don't know, I know Saturday is not good for, I know Saturdays is not good for Mr. Mitchell.
Never on the weekend.
talking about people with jobs, with work,
Yeah,
that's gotta work,
yeah,
they gotta go to work. So even if we have to split it up, let's try to do, get everybody caught up in regards to, real estate personnel litigation, next week, and then the next week we tackle, or if it's okay, the next week, or whenever we can get another workshop, if you don't wanna be here for 4 or 5, whatever hours it's gonna take, because it's gonna take.
Yes, we can't get this done in an afternoon and be done
Okay,
by
so
5.
we'll split it. So let's shoot for Thursday of next week,
Okay.
the 19th,
No, that's the.
at 6
Oh, yeah,
o'clock.
I thought you were doing it afternoon.
Afternoon.
I think,
Evening. Oh, yes.
I
I thought when you said afternoon, I'm thinking
Oh, no,
12 to
evening.
13.
Evening.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
evening.
Oh, okay.
That makes sense.
so what you're saying is just an executive session next Thursday, the 19th?
Yeah.
For real estate,
Personnel, litigation.
a special call meeting for it? Is
Yes,
that
we'll
what-
do that. Yes, we'll do that. Ms. Melissa?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you okay with next Thursday?
Yes.
Errol, you're gonna try to chime in, you may be here, but if not, you'll chime in by Zoom.
Is the preference 6 or 6:30?
6. Is 6 good for you, Melissa? Ms. Brooks? They have a card. She's got a card.
No, we don't.
Maybe we try to get some Chick-fil-A or something. I know
Ms.
you don't
Hood,
eat
you're in charge of
Chick-fil-A.
that.
Okay, well, let's
All right.
just,
Ms. Hood will work on getting that agenda out. We'll look at,
Okay.
at 6 on
Amen.
Thursday, the 19th, for a special call for executive session.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
6
What about
o'clock.
the attorney? Did we ask him?
Mr. Denmark. Yes, sir.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay, he's at our disposal.
The next thing that Mr. Baker wanted me to update you on is, you guys at the January meeting, passed a couple resolutions for a forensic audit and a financial consultant. Mr. Baker has prepared those RFPs. He wants to wait to put those out. He's gonna be implementing a process in the city through, it's called BidNet. It is something that he's used, that he said we will be implementing in the city of Hampton, and as soon as he gets here, that'll be one of the top things on his list. And that list seems to be getting a little bit longer, but we will make sure that he stays on to be able to get those two things out. I know a couple of council people had asked questions, have we started that process? He has wrote the RFPs for them, and he'll put them out next week. Next. Capital project updates. McBrayer Park, another council request. If you'll look on your left there, I'd like to thank Ms. Wanda and Mr. King for getting with Falcon and kind of coming up. And now, the one thing that I'll caution everybody, this right here is for McBrayer Park, and you'll look, I'll kind of go through the highlights of it. The mobilization, it's actually a big thing. That started on Monday. That's where they get out all their equipment, everything to be able to do the work. Takes 6 days for them to really get in place to be able to start work. But if you've been by McBrayer Park this week, you'll see there's definitely movement out there. Site grading will started taking place. That takes 20 days. I'll only hit a couple of the highlights, but you'll see the March 16th, they're weather permitting, they're scheduled to pour concrete for the basketball courts. The asphalt courts will go in on the 30th. Scheduled installation of the pickleball courts is May the 25th. Completion date, and this is a swag. I mean, we all know that, you know, March showers bring April flowers. That's very true in this right here. We're at Mother Nature's disposal, but we are looking at a June 14th completion date. I've made them promise they'd be done before Cops Day, because we want to have Cops Day out at the new park, so we'll see how that works. Any questions on McBrayer Park? I know that's something that a couple of you guys had asked Mr. Baker about.
I don't know if we can do this, but I think it would be nice to put this, schedule posted at the park, so people can see, you know, what's gonna be taking place.
Mr. King's gonna get that done in the morning with his staff.
All right.
And I know Mr. Meeks does a very good job, but if everybody can share it on social media and any platforms that you may have,
Share it and I click it.
yeah.
Do we have renderings?
You're fixing to see something.
Okay, I was gonna say, we
Next.
should post those at the park.
Next. We do have a video of what McBrayer Park, we hope looks like in mid-June. All right. As you're looking at it, you'll see the pickleball courts. That is in front of Miss Esma Oliver. This right here is coming up. The school is on your left. Now Miss Esma Oliver is on your left. That's College Street. That's your house.
This is what it currently
You're sitting
looks
at your front door right now. Now you're looking down. You were sitting on the porch. I was guiding it from your house, Miss Esma. Now, the one thing I will say is not in the current budget. I'll go back to it, is the turf field. This right here is the basketball courts. The school is directly behind it. You're going, Miss Oliver on College Street's on your left. There's the skate park. Coming up, that's the pickleball courts. There, it is not correct. It is 6 there. Yes, ma'am. And then there'll be 1 tennis court down there. This turf field is not in this project.
That's the soccer field.
That's the soccer field that is not in this project.
Not in it.
They got too many pickleball courts.
This right here tells a little bit about it's going to be the renovation of the existing basketball court. They flipped those tennis and pickleball courts, and just from a space perspective, the design worked better. People use pickleball courts more than the tennis, and it gave us more space to allow more courts. They are. Because when you build them, people come. When you build them pickleball courts, people come. That's a new restroom. That's also as part of this plan.
All right.
Please remember the turf field is not included.
Hopefully we'll get it in the future. Thank you.
All right. Any questions on McBrayer Park? We will, and keep in mind that video was done before. There's been some minor changes.
Hey, excuse me. I gotta be quiet.
Yes, ma'am. There's been some minor changes for both aesthetically and what kind of helps the layout where we get the most use out of the space. So can we get that video to them? We'll get that video delivered to all the mayor and council where you guys have it and share it as you see fit. But just make sure you put that disclaimer that it's not an exact rendering, because people are going to come back and you're going to have one that talks about that turf field, I promise. I promise. All right, next I want to talk about the Hampton Oaks Grove roundabout. Atlanta Gas Lights completed design work to relocate the gas lines that is in conflict with the roundabout plans. They should be mobilized and ready to start moving by the end of February. That's the end of this month. Georgia Power had poles that conflicted with the roundabout that they have since installed new poles. They now need to relocate the existing lines to the new poles and remove old poles. Zayo is fiber optic lines? Fiber optic lines, where we discovered that there is a couple there. So, Miss Wanda is working diligently with them. I believe she's emailing them hourly, and yeah, I promise. And so we're a little bit in their hands right now of how long it's going to take. Once those two are coordinated with Georgia Power, it'll kind of get moving a lot quicker. Any questions about the Hampton Oaks Grove roundabout? That is all I have. Any questions?
All right, thank you so very much. Moving on to agenda item 8, unfinished business. Seeing that we have none, we will move on to our consent agenda. Consideration for the consent agenda item A, consideration and action on approving the alcohol license application for the following new businesses. We have J24 LLC, DBA Fast Track, and Lucky Strike LLC, DBA Lucky Break Sports Bar, Lounge, and Billard. I need a motion to approve the consent agenda as published.
I make a motion to approve the consent agenda as published.
I have a motion to approve the consent agenda as published by Councilmember DeShane and a second by Councilmember Meeks. Discussion from the council.
Is this in Boots Crossing, the establishment?
Lucky, yes.
And I thought it was the store.
Yes, yes. Any further discussion from the public? All in favor? All opposed? I have a 6-0 on approving the consent agenda. Moving on to agenda item 10A, consideration and action to approve resolution 2026-12 to consider the current branding of the new logo and revert to the previous logo. The old logo carries deep meaning for our community, symbolizing the roots and stories that shape our city.
I make a motion
Madam
to.
Mayor, Mr. Baker wanted me to weigh in on this. He said he wasn't familiar with what all has gone into where we are. He asked that it would be his preference to table it until the workshop that we're speaking of, to where he can give all the mayor and council a full scope of where it was to where it is, and the cost associated to where he felt that you guys would be able to make a more educated decision in doing that. That was his preference. He asked that I relay that to you guys.
Yes, Ms. Cheney?
I want to make a motion to move this item to a work session for redesign.
I have a motion by Councilmember Cheney and a second by Councilmember Meeks to move this item, Resolution 2026-12, to our workshop session for the future. It won't be on next Thursday, but the following week that we schedule, we'll put it on there. Michelle? Okay. I need a motion to approve.
I make a motion to approve.
No, I'm sorry. All in favor? I have a 6-0.
You didn't ask for discussion.
Question.
Oh, any questions from the public? Got it, thank you. Great. 10B, consideration and action to approve resolution 2026-10 to submit an application for transportation improvement TIP funding from the Atlanta Regional Commission through the Livable Center Initiative Grant Program. The requested funding is for construction of a pedestrian bridge that will connect section of West King Road that were severed in conjunction with the construction of Georgia Highway 20. The proposed resolution authorized staff to complete the TIP grant application for 2026. I need a motion to approve or to deny.
Madam Mayor, I move we approve resolution 2026-10.
I have a motion on the floor by Councilmember Meeks. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Councilmember Cheney to approve resolution 2026-10. Discussion from the council.
Okay, go ahead.
So is it possible that we can move this bridge to somewhere else that might be more usable for the pedestrians?
So I believe the reason this location was actually chose was because that was actually the area that was severed. So if you notice down West King Road, there is a dead end roundabout or cul-de-sac at the bottom of it. And on the opposite side of 20, there's also that exact thing because it was cut off there. And so that is the reason during the LCI study and through the livable LCI study, it was identified that that was the area for such a connection to be made. And that is what made it appealing for this particular grant.
So we're tied to that because of this? Because of the LCI?
Ms. Wanda? are we tied to,
Yeah, it's in the LCI, area, so that was part of the criteria. It also serves the Hampton community as things move forward. Currently, we have Floyd Road that has an improved sidewalk onto it. We have a multi-use path that comes from that side to the sidewalk. And then the new plan for Henderson Farms will have a multi-use path that connects down to Southampton Road and across into the Floyd Road development. And so you're literally, will have a path encircled around the city. And so as far as future access, you will have up to the population as it grows up to 6,000 folks that'll be connected through that bridge.
So then what's the plan to connect Southampton, which is further down Southampton Road, where there's no sidewalks, but is annexed into the city?
Right.
To be able to, because who's gonna walk on the roads just to get
Nobody,
there?
hopefully. We're gonna have trails that go down there. We've talked with Henry County when they were here to, present the SPLOS. We shared that with, Madam Chair, and, just shared the concern that the city had, that kids were walking actually down to 20 and walking down 20. And so the new, concept plan that was sent out on Henderson Farm shows a, parallel connector road that runs all along State Route 20 on both sides, east and west, and it will connect down across Southampton Road with some type of mitigation, where there's a big roundabout that ties into the new Floyd Road, and then the pedestrian facilities will go out from there, along Southampton Road to connect our communities.
So you said we're gonna have about 6,000 people on that side of 20 once all the developments and everything get done?
Yeah, we'll have Henderson Farms, if you, develop it out at 8 units per acre, and it's, 600, units, then you got Gates of Floyd Lake that has 383 units. And ARC's numbers per household is roughly around 3.5. So in the next 20 years, you'll have a population that can actually come from the east side to all the way to the downtown on a pedestrian corridor, which would hopefully facilitate that type of travel versus getting in your car and driving these streets. But it will also develop a frontage road where you will have less need to get out on 20. So it's a larger plan, and it's something that we'll talk about on traffic studies that will be considered as part of these 2 DRIs that are going to be under review.
So is there a possibility for us to go after, another bridge on 1941? Because that's gonna be your high traffic area, and with Echo Park now having a ton of events there,
Yep.
I think we need to have another bridge. If we can't do something with this one, if we can't move it, we need to maybe look at having something off of 1941 where we can invite those people that are going to Echo Park into our city without having to cross over 6 lanes on 1941.
Yeah,
So will there be another LCI study that could put that into, play?
Either LCI study or other funding, whether it's from the federal government, Federal Highway Administration, they're very big now on pedestrian facilities and facilitating what you just described. If you look back into the city, when we had, back in when we had Path Foundation back in 2025, 24, did a trail study for the city. Part of the trail study identified a pedestrian bridge at Atlanta Motor Speedway coming down Oak Street.
Right.
When we were looking at Oak Street as a corridor connecting to our downtown too, we were looking at signage there on Oak Street as well as how to bridge that connection.
Right here.
We required development that, if y'all remember Bear Creek Townhomes, we required them to do a multi-use path from, which is like next to Waffle House, all the way through the woods to Oak Street. So we're working to make these connections. The gas station will connect with that 10-foot. We'll have a section between the Waffle House and Bear Creek that needs to be done. But all of these connections start to make a real exciting place to bike and walk and connect.
Right.
So, but to your point, absolutely, that was identified as a crossing. And if directed, we can start to look for opportunities to apply for grants for that particular location.
May I consider, can we authorize her to,
Start looking?
yes.
Sure.
And I mean, it may even benefit us to go to Echo Park to reestablish a relationship there, to see if that is something that they would help partner, they would partner with us to make that happen. I'm pretty sure they would love to have their guests come into our downtown, just like we would love to have them. So I think we need to look at all options, any opportunities available to make that happen.
100%, and a lot of the grants are look favorable when we have partners with neighboring jurisdictions.
Okay.
And then also, can we look at anything that would allow us to become a golf cart community? Because while it would be nice for a bridge over Highway 20 connecting Southampton, I don't live on Southampton, so I'm still gonna have to get in my car and drive over to Main Street if I wanna come into town. So maybe we need to look at
To widen the road.
a walking trail.
Sidewalks all the way from
I know,
Main
But it's
but I
too
would
small.
like to have a golf cart too.
Yeah, I think it should be able to have a golf.
I mean, I think we have talked about golf carts in the past.
Mhm.
I don't know exactly how that fits into the trail plan.
They're allowed now on our city
That's
roads,
right.
there's specific roads under a certain speed limit, they're allowed to travel in the lane, but to your point, which is why we require these extra buffers to try to emulate what's going on in Peachtree City, that you have to allocate and make it part of the requirement, these trails, and make them wide enough to facilitate golf cart and other use. So the golf cart, you can usually fit in, a 5-foot, lane. So the multi-use path, whether it's 10 feet or 12 feet, would accommodate that. We are making that a requirement in Mentor Drive as well, connecting the multi-use trail is wide enough for golf cart path.
Okay. All right. That's good.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I would just like to say, I did a tiny bit of research, and I understand now, what's taking place with this highway, Georgia Highway 20 was put in, that it separated the community. So before I did not understand.
So I have a motion on the floor for, resolution 2026-10. Any further discussion in regards to applying for the TIP grant?
So would you not need to amend, the motion to give Ms. Wanda permission to start looking at other opportunities, or would that be another discussion?
Yeah, that would be another discussion.
Any discussion, Mr. Hendry?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Since I live over on that section, I tell you what would be super nice. Instead of putting a walkway path across that bridge, we'll put one wide enough for 2 lanes of traffic with no off-ramps on and on 20. That way it would give the people from that side a straight opportunity to come to the city instead of turning and going halfway to McDonough to turn around so you can come back to the city of Hampton.
That's
I mean, that's
That was
and
nuts.
you could add a place on the side where they could ride the golf carts if you wanted to between them. And it ain't gonna cost a whole lot more to go ahead and make it just a little wider while you're doing it. And that'd serve them 383 houses you put down there. But the only way out is coming up out. And the dumbest thing in the world, there's 250 houses that are rental over there. Every one of them rentals go right out that way, did not turn and go south. And then all of them's gonna be coming, and now that West King and Floyd has been paved, that's a direct cut through now to go to Griffin. Cause you can drop in way on down on 3 and go in the back way, and you don't have to fool with all this traffic, so it's just getting heavier and heavier in and out of there. And it'd be nice to have an alternative that the whole world didn't know about, that you could go take a left or right, go right across, go right into the city and do your business and look forward to coming to the city, instead of feeling like you're isolated from the city. Like they don't want you. They put curbs, make you go a mile down the road to turn around, the traffic, you can't get looped around, come back, and then they tear out the roads and dead ends, and while I'm here, just a couple of things right quick, what Ms. Swan was talking. The Manor Farms, will they receive their water from Griffin, or will they get it from the city of Hampton? Because they're gonna be in the city of Hampton,
So
and
it's
that
gonna be
water
the
line
city
is
of
coming,
Hampton.
that water line is coming right up from the city of Griffin.
Yeah, but it'll be from the city of
Okay,
Hampton.
and then the other one was with Henderson Farms. And each one of you remember, you don't have a community with rental apartments and rental houses. You have a community when you have people buying homes, putting roots down in your community and staying here. And keep that in mind when they come in here wanting to tell you about all this rental stuff. Because it ain't building a community. And the percentage of it right now is probably more than that. And y'all are looking into putting some kind of tax deal on corporations that own the rental houses here that's killing your community. And you're not making anything out of it.
Thank you. All in favor of resolution 2026-10, I have a motion by Councilmember Meeks and a second by Councilmember Cheney. All in favor? I have a 6-0. Moving on to agenda item 10C, consideration and action to approve resolution 2026-11 for the budget adjustment for the IT department for capital outlay equipment project in the amount of $38,700. The budget adjustment would be for a more streamlined streaming system and service. I need a motion to approve or deny. I have a motion by Councilmember White Williams. I have a second by Councilmember Meeks to approve resolution 2026-11. Discussion from the council.
Yes, I have a discussion.
Yes.
Can I
Ms.
speak to-
Arthur. Ms. Arthur.
Yes.
I thought I was gonna get away without speaking.
Oh, no, not this time. One of the questions I ask is, in the past, we have spent a lot of money and we keep doing this. Are we gonna get a perfect equipment that,
When you say in the past, can you tell me how long ago?
A long time ago.
this?
Okay,
Yeah.
so, and how, 5 iterations? Okay, that's about how long, how many, how long for iterations? Okay, let's talk about this. Technology needs to be updated and upgraded constantly. When you don't, you have a system like we do back there. I'll take you back there after this. It has cobwebs. Our system is very outdated. So what we're trying to do is first get the equipment that we need so that we can live stream and also hear everyone in the building, and then keep it updated. That way it doesn't cost money to get a new system every 10 to 15 years.
May I ask a question? Good thing you mentioned it to me. We have purchased something, what, is it $15,000 to spend? 2018, 2019, $15,000 we spent.
For the train depot?
For this right here.
2020.
2020? Oh,
It'll
yeah,
be, 'cause I
2020.
went here.
And 6 months. It work.
I can
We
only,
hire so many people to do this, and what I'm trying to say is this. I don't mind ask council to spend the money, but spend the money so that we can, the citizens can hear. I speak very softly, so they want to hear my voice, you know.
I know.
So, and the people can see what's going on. So, can you promise to get a good equipment for
Let me
that?
answer that. The one thing I think Ms. Arthur has done, I can't speak to what she's done in the past as far as how they did it. She did vet it out. She went to other places, and then I know it's in your books, but she quoted it out. We didn't necessarily just try to find the cheapest solution, tried to find a solution that is sustainable and will meet those needs that you speak of for the citizens to be able to hear. I know she put an extensive amount of work in who she recommended that we use. It was because of the professionalism and the technology that they bring to the table as well. So I think she has done those things that you're asking.
Yes, I'm not looking for cheap equipment. I look for quality equipment.
Yes, sir.
And the
And
difference.
I think that's what we have here.
Okay, all right.
Well, I won't promise anything because technology changes. Like they said, it's ever updating. Today, this is the best thing we can get to be able to allow the citizens and to honor the request of the council's choice of making sure that we're able to live stream to where people can hear it. They're going to be able to hear it on day one, and with Ms. Arthur in place, I think we'll be able to continue to update it to where it continues to be sustainable.
You mentioned technology. Technology is very big. Talk about data improvement. Technology is different. It combine everything.
Yeah.
So when you break that down for me, it's, when you said to me, I know it's a lot. I'm good at technology, so be careful when you speak to me about that.
I was gonna say something funny, but I'm not. I mean, because we could go toe to toe if you want.
All right.
All right, good.
Thank you so very much, Michelle. So I have, Michelle, come back.
It's all good.
So I just have two questions. With the system that we're looking at, is it going to be scalable for any future growth? I know we're looking to renovate City Hall. So will this be scalable for future growth? And how soon will this new technology be installed? How long will it take for the installation?
We're looking at the last week of February. It's going to take that entire 5 days, and then we're going to implement it here. And then shortly after that, we're also going to implement it in the train depot, because when this place does get renovated, we're going to store that equipment away. And then we're going to use the train depot, as what I've been told, for meetings and for other larger events that we may have, so that we can also have live streaming there.
Now,
This-
Ms. White Williams, this is, while this certainly covers the council chambers here, it also covers there for those meetings that we have, whether that's community meetings, if council meetings get moved there, and we'll also use it for court, as we have court there three Wednesdays a month.
Yes, sir.
May I ask, is it 38,000 is enough?
38,000 is the entire amount for the
And
council
is-
chambers here and the train depot.
He's saying, do you need more money?
No, the reason why I ask is, we know people come to us and ask, they want $38,000. Then next thing you know, it's $50,000. Next thing you know, it's $600,000.
I mean, I can ask you for a new pair of shoes.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Mitchell, if we did, then we'll probably be searching for a new IT manager.
Yeah. I only want to ask for exactly what I need. I have gone to the people that we chose and asked them specifically if this was going to be the amount, because if it was going to go over that amount, I didn't want them.
Okay.
So this is specifically nothing more, nothing less.
All right, fine with me.
Thank you. Thank you. I have a motion on the floor to, do I have any comments from the public? I have a motion on the floor by Councilmember White Williams and a second by Councilmember Meeks to approve resolution 2026-11. All in favor? I have a 6-0. 10D, consideration and discussion on historical painting done by Mr. Artie Steele of Hampton, Georgia. Mr. Artie's family would like to sell a rendering of the old train depot to the city of Hampton. You see the rendering that is on the back here sitting. Mr. Artie Steele used to work for the city of Hampton. I think we have a couple of his paintings over at Public Works, but he used to work in the Public Works Department. His family found this after he passed and brought it up, and it has been in my office a couple of months. And they're asking that the city would purchase it from them. They did originally ask for $5,000 for this particular painting and the detail, but I told them I would bring it before the council. I have reached out to the art consortium, and they told me in regards to value and what it has been colored with, that it is not significant in value except for what we value the artist as. And so we would have to put a figure on what we would be willing to offer them if we wanted to offer them anything at all. I just wanted to bring it before the council, see if it's something that you guys want in regards. I thought it would be great to go over to the historic train depot, but if we don't want it, I need to make sure that I return it back to the family. Any discussion regarding it?
Do we have to make a motion first?
Yes, we can make a motion. Can I get a motion to approve or to deny the historical paintings from Mr. Artie Steele for discussion?
I make a motion to deny.
Okay. I have Ms. Pam DeShane with a motion to deny purchasing this rendering, and a second by Councilmember White Williams. Any discussion from the council? Any discussion from the public? All in favor? I have a 6-0. All right, consideration and action to approve resolution 2026-13, decorum policy for regular and special call meeting, granting the citizens of Hampton the opportunity to address the mayor and council. This resolution seeks to allow each citizen 3.5 3.5 minutes to express their concerns and review. I need a motion to approve or to deny resolution 2026-13.
I make a motion to approve it with some changes to it.
I need you to do the what changes?
So I think we wanted to just stay with 3 minutes instead of the 3.5.
Okay, so we need to remove this item from the agenda because we already
it's
are
for
at
3.
3 minutes. 3 minutes. So
Well,
we don't need to change this. We
Well-
just need to remove it.
Well, no, we were, then
Yeah.
I just make a motion to approve it the way it is then.
Okay. I have a motion on the floor by Councilmember DeShane to approve the, resolution 2026-13. Second?
A second.
I have a second by Councilmember White Williams. Any further discussion? Yes.
So I would like to see it amended just back to 3 minutes, but we would also like to see the last sentence taken out where they needed to email or send some sort of written notification for non-residents, to take that out.
I think they mentioned that the council would have to approve, the majority council for non-residents. The council would have to approve to give them the opportunity to speak. But that's how I read it.
So
Mr.
that's how
Denmark,
it
I'm
seems
not
to-
exactly sure what they're asking to be done, so. Okay. So what you guys are saying is that you want people that don't live in the city to be able to speak as well without having to notify the city that they wanna speak. Is that what you're asking?
That we would like, if what's on the agenda is pertaining to them or going to affect them, that they would be allowed to come and sign up for.
How are we determining if it pertains to them?
Well, I'm saying they would have to be signing up to speak on that specific item that's on the agenda. So like how data centers is on the agenda, they would have to sign up to speak in regards to data centers. But they would be able to come and sign up like any of our residents could sign the book when they come in, instead of having to get a majority vote from the council to speak.
I don't think it's a good idea to allow people from the outside of the city to have carte blanche opportunity to come and speak like our regular residents, the citizens of Hampton. The citizens of Hampton should be given the opportunity during public comment to speak. When you start bringing people, I mean, that's like saying people from Atlanta, people from Chicago, people from all over the place can just come in and take over the meeting.
No.
We have to have some type
We
of
said
order.
residents, that non-residents, so there
There's non-residents.
there is Hampton, that is County Hampton, just living outside the city limits, that sometimes some of these things like data centers will affect them.
So they
And
do
feel
have a,
that they should be able to have the opportunity to come and speak how these will affect them as well.
so they
Because
do. They have that.
No, we've stopped them several times from coming to speak.
Because they did not follow the rules, which is to submit that they would like to talk, so that we've given them an opportunity to be able to talk. They just didn't follow the rules to be able to talk.
I think they should be able to sign up the book like anybody else of our residents and put their name down and come and have public comments.
Okay. Yes, Marty?
Are you talking about section 4, or is the councilwoman referring to section 4?
Section 2.
Section 2?
So it says, persons who are not residents of the city and who do not own or operate a business within the city, as provided in subsection D, may request permission to address the governing body at a regular or special call meeting. Such request shall be granted only upon approval of a majority of the city council.
That's the old ordinance?
No,
or
that's the new.
That's not
That's
what,
the
That's what's being proposed.
that's what mine reads, not what mine reads in section 2.
Well, it's number 3, section 2.
I got item 4 here.
Right, item
Okay.
4 said something different, but I was looking at section, item 3, sorry.
Okay, item 3, yeah, persons who are not residents, such requests shall be granted only upon approval of the majority of the city council.
Right, so
So they could, I'm picking up, and the attorney might clarify, that they could come before the council and say, I don't live here, but can I speak?
Yes,
They
amen.
could-
But it would require a vote from us.
Require a vote.
Where
Yeah,
I
it
would
would
like
require
it that,
the council's
but
approval.
I would like it that they could sign up for public comments to book outside, that they don't have to come before us
For a
to get, for a vote, if it's something that's pertaining to them. If we're putting a data center on Lower Woolsey and they live just 600 yards down and it's affecting them and they're falling in the county, that they should be able to come and speak without having to get an approval from us to
I
come and
understand.
speak.
It seems to me that section 4 would kind of contradict that.
Right.
Notwithstanding the foregoing, any non-residents who do not own or operate business within the city of Hampton may be permitted to speak during public comments if they are directly and materially affected by the proposed city action, including but not limited to. And it goes to define ownership of property, directly subject. It would seem like they do have the right. And
But we've
is this in
stopped them.
conflict with the attorney? Section 3 and section 4 of this, there's 6 sections.
I don't think they conflict.
You don't, okay. Because it just seems to me non-resident speakers permitted under this subsection shall be, subject to the same time limitations. And, if they have direct legal or regulatory obligations arising from the agenda item, it just seems to me that it would give them permission.
Section 3 is broad, and section 3 would cover whether you have a material interest or not. It could be any
It
non-resident.
gives them a foundation.
Right. Any non-resident will have the ability, with the approval of the city council, to speak. In section 4, it seems that they have an entitlement to speak if they are adjacent to a city initiative or they have property. So it's a broader provision in 3 and it's more narrow in provision 4.
Okay.
Thank you.
It's right there.
So you want to remove such
just-
requests shall be granted only upon approval
Right.
of a majority of the city
Right,
council.
I just want to remove that.
All right, so, I need amendment to the motion to approve, resolution 2026-13. You want to change it and keep it at 3 minutes, and you want to remove item that's being proposed. Such request shall be granted only upon approval of a majority of the city council. Do I have a motion to amend that?
I make a motion to amend.
Second. I have a motion to amend it by Councilmember Councilmember DeShane, and a second by Councilmember White Williams.
Okay, will we have to change the 17.5 also, right? If it's gonna be kept to 3.
It's gonna be kept to 3.
So we'll have to change that back to the 15.
That's right. to
Yes,
15.
okay.
Okay, all right.
All right, any other questions or discussion from the council?
That's good.
Discussion from the public? Yes, Ms. Oliver?
Concerning who gets the right to speak, I think that it should be citizens first, if you could give that consideration to. And the consideration that should be given to those of us who live in the city is to expand the amount of time that we have to speak. So you're proposing in this 10E that is 3.5 minutes, but it has been just 3 minutes.
So it's gonna stay 3 minutes?
What?
It's just gonna stay at 3 minutes?
It's gonna remain at 3
Yes.
minutes. Well, what's this 3.5?
That we just removed that 3.5.
Oh, okay.
They were
And so-
proposing it go to 3.5, but we're gonna keep it at the 3.5 and just allow anyone, 3, it's gonna stay at 3, and we're just going to remove the line of such, no majority vote from the council. So you can just come and speak as long as it is something on the agenda that pertains to you and you're in the vicinity of that particular item.
Whether you're a citizen or not.
That's right.
Um,
All right.
Can I make an amendment to the motion?
1 second.
Okay, the other thing is
Motion, wait.
the placement of public comments on the agenda. I spoke about this several times before, that I didn't think that it was fair that it was at the beginning of the meeting before business things had, other things had been discussed. I thought it should be at the further down after you have discussed things, because if you speak about things or come up with ordinances and changes, and we've already had public comments, then we have no way of commenting on things that you talk about or pass.
So yes, you do. After every item, agenda item, that's the
Now,
reason
and I noticed that today, but that hasn't always
it's
been
always
the
been
case.
like that. It has always been like that. Every meeting, I ask the public, any comments,
Okay.
after every item.
I just chalk it up to my being deaf. A lot of stuff I do not hear, because, and I've also talked many times about these microphones.
Give me
You
one
can't hear everything that everybody says, especially you all up there. What's the matter with y'all now?
Thank you.
Yeah.
I think we have
Oh, I'm okay.
Respectfully, and thank you, Mr. Shane, for bringing that up. I'm a Henry County resident in unincorporated territory. Stockbridge just annexed to my back door, literally. They're 10 feet off my property line. We're all impacted by these annexations. So your city's growing, and quite honestly, my tax dollars spend here, my employment dollars spend here, and the money I pay in taxes to Henry County helps service fire, rescue, water, and all the other infrastructure needs and so forth. So what you've brought up, Mr. Shane, thank you. I just wanted to say thank you, because Henry County residents do matter. And if you're going to defer us to the back of the line, we gladly deferred at the public meeting at the school. You live here, come on right in front of us. We didn't want to take away from the city residents. But our money is spent here, and our points should be heard as well. And I'm not going to back down off that. I've actually never attended a city council meeting in any community that I've ever lived in where they would say, if you're not a resident or you don't own a business, you can't talk. It should be a welcoming and loving community. That's what you're trying to build here. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, moving on. So I have a motion.
My address is Hampton, Georgia, 30228. Just because I don't live in the city doesn't mean that I don't participate and spend my money in the city of Hampton. My tax dollars are paid in Henry County and the state of Georgia. Now, when you make decisions, you're making those decisions from what I hear and what I have experienced here in this room in the last year, based upon the people who live within the city limits. So I'm excluded, I'm not allowed to speak, and I have been told I could not speak because I didn't live in the city limits. That's wrong. That's my constitutional right to speak, and when you are making decisions over where I live and that affect me, I should have a right to speak. I should not be denied that privilege that is given to me, that is given to every single person in this room if they're a citizen. I should not be denied, and neither should anybody else, and to be told I can't speak, no, that's wrong. Thank you very much for your time and for listening to me.
Thank you. I believe,
Yeah, we're gonna vote.
am I voting on the amendment to the motion?
Yeah. Voting on the amendment.
I was,
What
Voting on the amendment.
You gotta tell us.
I have a motion to amend resolution 2026-13 to keep it at 3 minutes, without council approval for sign up, even if you live outside of the city limits. I need all in favor of that amendment? All opposed? I have a 6-0. Now, I need a motion to approve as amended Resolution 2026-13.
So moved.
Second. I have a motion by Councilmember White Williams and a second by Councilmember Shane. All in favor? I have a 6-0. Appointment of the City of Hampton Ethics Committee members. Section 2-307, the term of office of Ethics Committee members shall begin on the date of the appointment and end at the end of the present term of the nominating member of the council. Should the nominating member of the council be reelected to a subsequent term, the Ethics Committee member must be reappointed but shall serve until he or she is reappointed or until the successor is appointed. Vacancies during the term of the Ethics Committee shall be filled by appointment for the unexpired term of the office by the city council members who express such vacancies. Members of the Ethics Committees cannot also serve on existing city committees or boards. I did not have an opportunity to appoint the ethics member for myself, and so that person is Miss Christy Palmer. And as you can see on the screen, Ms. Palmer is a resident here in the city of Hampton and has been for many years, and I would like to appoint her on the Ethics Committee. I need a motion to approve Ms. Christy Palmer to the Ethics Committee.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilmember White Williams and a second by Councilmember Meeks to approve Ms. Christy Palmer to the Ethics Committee. Christy is here in the audience. Stand up, Christy. Thank you so very much for serving on the Ethics Committee. We do appreciate it, and we thank you for the expertise that you'll be bringing to the committee. Thank you. Yes, all in favor? I have a 6-0. Moving on to agenda item G, consideration and approval of the second proposed resolution 2026-08 that would establish a 120-day moratorium on the acceptance process, consideration, and approval of new annexation petitions or requests seeking to annex property into a municipal limit of the city of Hampton. The proposal of this moratorium is to allow the city to evaluate annexation policy, service delivery capacity, infrastructure impact, and long-term growth and planning objectives before accepting the approving additional annexation. I believe this is the first. Michelle.
It should, well, I guess the second one, if you read the second one, it says the first.
You defer.
Oh.
You defer.
Oh, that's what you mean.
Yeah, we're amending
It's all
G.
different.
I need a motion to approve or to deny resolution 2026-08.
I make a second.
I have a motion by Councilmember White Williams and a second by Councilmember DeShane for resolution 2026. Discussion from the council. Discussion from the public. All in favor? I have a 6-0. Agenda item H, consideration and approval of the first proposal, resolution 2026-09, that would establish a 120-day moratorium on the acceptance process, review, and approval of new data center related to zoning and development application and associated development permits within the city of Hampton. The proposal of this moratorium is to allow the city to evaluate public infrastructure and service capacity and consider potential amendments to the city zoning and land use regulation applicable to data center uses. I need a motion to approve or to deny.
I make a motion to approve. Second.
I have a motion by Councilmember DeShane and a second by Councilmember White Williams on resolution 2026-09 to approve. Discussion from the council.
I do have a question for Mr. Lemon. These moratoriums can be extended at any time upon a vote of the council, correct?
Yes, ma'am, you can extend the moratorium, but we have to be cautious in that regard because, enacting a moratorium is one of the most, severe things that a municipal government does. And if they're challenged, the courts look at the duration of a moratorium, and the court could determine more than 120 days or 180 days, might be unreasonable. So just be aware that, yes, we can enact a moratorium, but there is some judicial scrutiny, and the courts may invalidate the moratorium if it's of too long a duration.
Okay. Councilmember Chaney, you had a question?
Yes, I have something I would like to add. Ms. Snow mentioned that Henry County Board of Commissioners, they're working on their ordinance, and I feel like that we should look at the information they have because it's in depth and mirrors, because we haven't written it yet, have we? So look at we have written it.
Yeah, written
it's
it,
final. Oh, okay. So I didn't know it was final. So we can't
So no, we do have an opportunity during this 120-day moratorium to take a look at the Henry County,
Ordinance,
and,
okay.
and implement some of the things so that we're better aligned with what
Okay.
the county is. So over that 120 days, that's what the staff has been tasked with, to bring all that information in to us. They evaluate, give us that information, we evaluate, and then we make a decision, and we actually craft our ordinance.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. Any discussion from the public? Yes, Don.
I would ask y'all to get the Henry County Water Authorities put together also.
Okay.
Go along with
Okay.
I would ask the same that you also get with the Water Authority. Could I also ask that you possibly reach out to some local environmentalists that we have in Henry County? And we do have one that does help support Henry County. He is mainly focused in Rockdale, but does work with the other cities and counties throughout Georgia. He has been here to Hampton meet with you guys in the past. His name is George Kilichek. So I really would hope that you would reach out to George Kilichek and also Mark LaRue to get more information from them, because at least Mark LaRue lives in Henry County, is very up to date on our water and everything else that goes along with it. So I would hope that you do consult some environmentalists as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a motion on the floor for resolution 2026-09 by Councilmember Councilmember DeShane, and a second by Councilmember White Williams. All in favor? I have a 6-0. Moving on to agenda item I, consideration and action to approve the special event application to allow alcohol services at the private event on February the 13th, 2026 at the Catherine William Community Center. I need a motion to approve or to deny.
Motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve by Councilmember DeShane. Do I have a second?
I second it.
I have a second by Councilmember Mitchell to approve the special event application. Discussion from the council. Discussion from the public. All in favor? I have a 6-0. Agenda item J, consideration, discussion, and/or approval on resolution 2026-14 for the purpose of submitting and advancing legislation to the state legislators of establishing a 100% homestead ad valorem tax exemption within the corporate city limits of the city of Hampton, and have it placed on the November 2026 ballot for voters' consideration. I need a motion to approve or to deny.
Mayor and Council, I make the motion to approve.
I have a motion by Councilmember Mitchell, second by Councilmember Brooks. Councilmember Brooks to approve resolution 2026-14. Discussion? Discussion from the public. All in favor? I have a 6-0.
Did you have a question, or are you voting in favor? Did you have a question, Ms. Oliver?
Yes, I did, but not concerning that specifically.
Consideration, council discussion regarding the expired term and process for selection of new members to the City of Hampton Board, Committees, and Authority. This item will include consideration of appointment necessary to ensure each body is properly staffed, supported, and aligned with the City Council policy, direction, and governance responsibilities. I need a motion to approve or to deny. Oh, this is actually discussion. Okay, so, I did take a look at the application that had been put together in regards to the different boards. I only want this board to remember in regards to service. We want to make sure that we don't put things so stringent that we exclude people, and that we take into consideration the kind of time and energy and effort that it goes into serving on these committees and these boards and authorities, and how difficult it has been in the past to get somebody to actually get on it, serve, do the training, all of the things that it takes to do it. So
can I add to that?
Yes.
So that is part of the concern as well, which is the reason why we talked about this is being brought up for discussion, is because I think because of where the city is heading, and we have people wanting to come here and develop here, I think it makes perfect sense for us to have the best of the best that's serving on these boards. Typically, it's been, I need someone to fill the seat. Do you know anyone? And so we end up, in my opinion, having members that sit on the boards that some don't go to training. So that's money that we could actually spend on someone else who is dedicated to not just only come into the meetings, but go into the trainings. And I think because of where we're headed, we really need to have people that can bring some life experiences to these boards so that as they're making decisions on purchases or development deals, that we don't just have people just raising their hand just to go along, to get along, but they're actually invested and they have prior knowledge or previous work experience. And I understand that it's not going to be
Like that all the time.
easy for,
Yeah.
it's not gonna be that way all the time, but I just don't think because someone says, yes, I can serve on this board, we should just go ahead and appoint them.
Well, so I think that inclusivity as much as possible is the best way to go.
I agree.
But if we want to set some parameters in regards to what we're looking for and not exclude people if they don't have it, they are still able to serve. I think that would be a more inclusive way to be able to get a plethora of our citizens to be able to volunteer. And I would say even like with the people that we have on these boards, they have done a wonderful job in what they've had to work with. The ones that have not gone to training or have not gotten their training, most of it was because either they weren't having their meetings to get to training, something was going on with them, and then when you lose interest from your citizens, like if you're not having your meetings and they're not involved, they tend to just fall off. It's like, okay. So, you know, we have to also, whoever is in charge of these authorities and these boards, we have to make sure that they keep their people engaged and make sure that they are, because you are with the DDA and you do a good job with making sure that the people are engaged, and your people usually get their training, go to the training and things of that nature. So just I think inclusivity is the best, and making sure that we don't exclude people.
Well, Mayor and Council, when I saw this application, I have some kind of concern because the duty, the council is not nominating nor recommend, we appointed. It's a difference in terms of, it's not all vote approved. When the council nominates someone, that's basically what it is. And because when I look at it, when I read it right here, it's telling me that if my friend Brooks nominates someone, I'm going to interview that person. Doesn't make sense to me. You're telling me that she's not qualified to select her own people. That's what it's saying to me when I read it. Based on some of the part of it, the application statement right here. The application is good. There's certain things that I need to remove from it. Like from A, do you wish to be appointed? No, you appointed someone. And B to H is okay. And I, you know, not necessarily need those stuff. And K, you don't need those resume. We need to tweak the application part to make it fit according to the system that we established. When it was established in 2019, it was geared exactly like the ethics board. We nominate. The vote is basically a ceremonial vote. It's not majority vote. It is not. It doesn't create that way. It's based on council. Not all boards, certain boards.
Yeah,
but the HDA just created that way. Because I was here when it was established.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm saying I know this one better.
So the HDA does not necessarily, each person comes up for a vote. You have a recommending body. Usually with that recommending body, you have council to put in people that may have asked them. You know, they send it over to the clerk through the process. She adds that name to the agenda, and we go through the votes each one at a time. That's how the authority actually works. Each one of the authorities.
But the bylaw said different. The bylaw stated we appoint. The bylaw is different.
Okay.
It is not. The bylaw is different. We govern by the bylaw, by their authority. We are the backbone. We are the back part of it.
So that's what we will do. We can have Mr. Denmark to take a look at the HDA, the DDA,
Whatever.
bylaws. Who else is it? Well, cause we did URA.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you could take a look at those two bylaws, tell us exactly how they are appointed, whether or not if, we choose one person like, Mr. Mitchell kinda is saying, and, we're able to just appoint that person, or if they all come up individually as a vote, and just let us know how we can do it. And then we can work out, this council can work out during work session, the application process that we want them to go through, what we want to have excluded, what we wanna have included in that application process. That way we can adopt that application process, and then the clerk could have it, so when it's time for that process to happen, she can give that application.
Resolution number 2026-16, a resolution censoring Mayor Ann Tarpley on the City of Hampton, Georgia for conduct undermining council authority, professional governance standards, and the effective administration of city business, to provide an effective date and for other lawful purposes. Whereas Mayor Ann Tarpley is the duly elected mayor of the City of Hampton, Georgia city, and whereas the mayor and city and council of the city shall share a responsibility to uphold the public trust, maintaining professionalism and municipal governance, and ensure the orderly administration of city affairs, and whereas the city council is committed to conducting city business in accordance with applicable law, established procedures, and standards of civility, transparency, and accountability, and whereas the city council has an obligation to address conduct by an elected official that it interferes with council authorized governance, disrupts the orderly conduct of meetings, or undermines the effective operations of the city. And whereas the city council has raised serious concerns regarding a pattern of actions by Mayor Ann Tarpley that have adversely impacted municipal governance and the council's ability to carry out its lawful responsibility. And whereas the city council formally requested records and documentation relating to disciplinary matters, including the former city manager, including requests made on January 13th, 2026, January 15th, 2026, and January the 22nd, 2026. And whereas despite these formal requests, the mayor has failed to acknowledge or produce the requested documentations to the city council to date. And whereas a special call meeting of the city council was held on January the 28th, 2026, and whereas during the meeting, the mayor engaged and conduct towards City Manager Jeff Baker during his appointment process that was unprofessional in tone and created an unnecessary public forum for matters that could have been addressed appropriately in executive session or other non-public meeting settings. And whereas such conduct undermines the dignity of council, proceeding and risks discouraging qualified individuals from public service, and whereas the city council has further expressed concerns regarding the mayor's refusal or failure to execute agreements and contracts that were duly approved by a majority vote of the city council, thereby obstructing the lawful implementation of council authorized actions. And whereas the city council has also raised concerns regarding the improper disclosure of confidential information and privileged information, including sensitive client and personnel related matters, without appropriate review or guidance from human resource or the city attorney. And whereas such disclosures raise serious issues of confidentiality, privilege, and compliance with proper municipal procedures, and whereas taken collectively, these actions represent a pattern of conduct that undermines council authority, disrupts effective municipal governance, and falls short of the professional standards expected of the mayor's office. And whereas the city council finds the formal censure is an appropriate and necessary response to protect the integrity of city governance and restore orderly governance. Now therefore be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Georgia as follows. The City Council hereby formally censures, rebukes, and condemns Mayor Tarpley for conduct that has obstructed council authorized governance, undermined professional standards of public service, and disrupted the effective administration of city business. The City Council calls upon Mayor Tarpley to adhere to all applicable laws, ordinances, policies, and standards of civility, confidentiality, and professionalism in the performance of mayoral duties. The City Council affirms that actions duly approved by majority vote must be implemented in accordance with law and urges the mayor to promptly carry out all ministerial, and administrative responsibilities necessary to effectuate council approved agreements and contracts. The City Council directs that all elected officials must exercise appropriate care with respect to confidentiality, privileged, and personnel related information, and that disclosure of such information should occur only in accordance with the established legal and procedural safeguards. The City Council reserves the right to consider any additional lawful measures of policy actions, including additional appropriate sanctions necessary to ensure the orderly conduct of city governance. The City Council will consider additional appropriate sanctions for Mayor Tarpley. Be it further resolved that to the extent any person, including an elected official, is ruled as out of order by the governing body, that person shall be subject to immediate sanctions, up to and including removal from public meetings. Be it further resolved that any and all resolutions in conflict with this resolution be in the same also hereby repealed. Be it further resolved that this resolution shall be effective immediately upon its adoption by the City Council, enacted and adopted on this 10th day of February 2026.